normal for a country. person humanly possible. And it's kind of funny that Barack Obama, whose father was of African descent, actually did not do this while he was running for office, and nobody questioned the authenticity of Barack Obama's blackness. I mean, some people did. They said he was not a foundational black American. There's always people in that Tariq Nasheed category that are going to do that. But for the most part, because Obama had charisma, because he had some appeal.
Okay.
Because he was a great speaker. Again, give credit.
I don't even drink.
This was not a thing that he needed to do. He didn't need to talk about collard
What
greens and being authentically black all the time.
Oh, it's
in order
World
to appeal
Weekend.
to the masses. Now, of course, we
Pokemon.
also have Kamala's embarrassing performance at the BET Awards, where she was talking to some woke activist who complains all the time about how she doesn't get paid enough as an actor, and we ended up seeing this horrific clip like this.
No, Taraji, now you know I wouldn't do that, especially not to a fellow bison. The real HU, you know. So what's on your mind?
Now, look, I harped a lot on the fact that Kamala Harris, who
Do that, especially not to a fellow bison. The real HU, you know. So what's on your mind?
like this.
No.
Wait, what is she saying? The real bison? Are they talking about Street Fighter?
Oh, Taraji, now you know I wouldn't do that,
bison?
especially not to a fellow bison.
Oh.
The real HU, you know. So what's on your mind?
Are they talking about Native American tribes? I have no fucking idea what the fuck we're talking about. Howard University? Colleges for losers. Who cares?
Now, look, I harped a lot on the fact that Kamala Harris, who's trying to be the blackest black person in the history of Blackenstein, wasn't able to even deliver an appropriate you know, which is what is supposed to be delivered right there. But the fact of the matter is, this entire clip is incredibly cringe, incredibly embarrassing, and should be shocking to the conscience of the American people, if we're being perfectly honest. This woman right here, who can't even admit that she is of Jamaican and Indian heritage, she can't even play up to the culture that she actually grew up in, is trying to be ultra black, doing this you know nonsense right here, and pretending to fool black Americans.
What? Do we have video proof? Or what is, when we say the culture that she grew up in? Was she like in Indian, Jamaican dances, or like what are we talking about? I'm just curious.
God, I can't wait for this debate. That's gonna be this guy, Actual Justice Warrior and Lauren Southern. Definitely not an insanely uncharitable, just fucking loser fest. God, bad faith, just rambling. I can't wait.
I'm not sure. Maybe she did. I don't know what the.
And the tell is actually in the description of Destiny's
Because she believes that
stream
these
here
people are that dumb
about
that they're
democracy on the
politics.
ballot.
On top of that, you also have her no
Meaningless
joke talking about how
title.
she's out here in
Nothing's gonna
these
get
streets.
discussed.
Women's reproductive rights are on the line. Our Supreme Court is on the line. Our basic freedoms are being tested. Madam VP, I know you've been traveling cross country. What are you hearing? Yeah, girl, I'm out here in the streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji.
I mean, seriously, people, come on. What the hell are we even talking about? We have a woman right here, again, Indian and Jamaican descent, grew up in Canada, the child of professors. I believe her mother was like a...
What do we even? I don't even know what we're like complaining about right now. What
What the hell are we even talking about? We have a
I don't think anybody heard that and thinks, man, Kamala's out here slinging dope. Man, she's like running these corners like crazy. She knows what we're like.
woman right here, again,
Okay.
Indian and Jamaican descent,
I-
grew up in...
I just want Lauren Southern to get grilled on the fucking. Lauren Southern should just be constantly grilled every time she steps into a debate on her fucking immigration takes. It's just so dog shit and just clearly fucking racist coded that it's just you just slam her on it over and over again. It's just so fucking ridiculous. No fucking way she should be getting away from any of that shit. Like it's just. It's just if you dig into it enough, she just hates brown people. It's just I don't care. Nothing else really matters because she's not gonna say anything during this fucking democracy on the ballot debate. It's not gonna happen. Nothing's gonna be said. It's just gonna go nowhere. I'm predicting that. I hope I'm wrong.
Canada, the child of professors. I believe her mother was like a biologist or something like that, very into the STEM fields, talking about how she likes collard greens and she washes them in the bathtub with the fellow blacks because she's out here in these streets because you know she's the real deal. This is what our presidential politics are. But again, as I said, it's absolutely embarrassing that this woman who could not win the presidency outright, who could not win a primary, who had to drop out a month before the Iowa caucus back in 2020, absolutely destroyed herself in every possible way, is somehow the nominee for the Democrats in a race where they're talking about saving democracy. She essentially stole this VP seat by the violence of the Black Lives Matter riots, which by the way was the reason, again, multiple reports confirm this, that she was picked rather than Elizabeth Warren or somebody that Joe Biden actually wanted on his VP ticket, and now she essentially did a coup against Joe Biden, teamed up with Obama under the threat of the 25th Amendment, according to the reporting by Hirsch, and we're supposed to believe that this is democracy. Remember, Joe Biden got more votes for president than anyone in the history of the country ever. That is the line that we were fed constantly for years. Anytime anybody questioned the fact that election law significantly changed for the 2020 election, and COVID was used as the excuse, but people voted in a very different way than they ever did in the history of the country, based on these laws that, by the way, in many of the key states weren't even legal to have that kind of voting, a la Pennsylvania, which did not have constitutional support for broad-based mail-in ballots. So all of that that was told to us for years about how it's the most democratically elected president ever. Joseph R. Biden is the champion of democracy. He saved us from the evil orange man, and that goes away overnight. Snap of the finger, and Kamala Harris is presented to us. And by the way, right now in this moment, she is getting a bump in the polls, although the polls look absolutely crazy. There's a Morning Consulate poll that says she's somehow up 11 in Michigan, but down 4 in Pennsylvania. That's absolutely asinine. But when you look at the RCP average, which again is national polling, but Republicans don't even have to be in the lead nationally in order to win the presidency because of the Electoral College, Trump has actually hit his all-time RCP polling average. So when you look at the aggregate of the polls, Trump is doing better now than he ever did before, which makes sense. It's something that I told you throughout this whole process, because replacing Joe Biden in the 11th hour is an absolute disaster. And again, there's a reason why everyone overlooked Kamala Harris, because she's a horrible candidate in every possible way. And I told you, one of the major problems with replacing Joe Biden with any candidate is that any legitimate candidate, a la a Gavin Newsom, a Gretchen Whitmer, somebody who actually thinks that they have the ability to win the presidency outright in 2024, was not going to sign up for this. So you always had to put up an inferior candidate. And what we're seeing right now is the astroturfing, and by the way, the gaslighting of the American people related to Kamala Harris, because they're now trying to erase the fact that Kamala Harris herself was put in charge very early on of the border, named the border czar, and they're trying to pretend that that didn't happen. But the fact,
Why do they care what Democrats pick if she's so feeble and illegitimate? Shouldn't they be happy? It's just trying to demotivate voters on the Democratic side. That's it. Like, the idea that they would care about any of this is like obviously not true, right?
the matter is, it did. Kamala Harris was put in charge of the border. She's advocating for amnesty. She never bothered to even visit the border.
The only thing I don't understand is, I feel like it's more cope than it is trying to demotivate, because who are you talking to? Who the fuck is watching your shit and demotivated to vote? I don't know.
For the longest time, because she thought it was a non-problem, and that was the line of the administration, and everything this woman touches dies because she's an absolutely horrible politician.
My friends in the media and my friends who are in the Democratic Party need to grapple with this point, and I know that they won't, right? I fear that they won't, which is that there's a whole swath of America out there who feels like they have been systematically gaslit about Joe Biden and his age. There have been segments, there have been people who work in this building who have written browbeating things about the New York Times, even polling on the issue of whether Biden is too old. Like, that's pretty controversial, New York Times. I'm not sure you should do that. It's in March of this year that between Robert Hur coming out and people such as Kamala Harris saying that Robert Hur's thing was clearly politically motivated, she said, and obviously inaccurate. She said that in February. So to come off after all of this, and then suddenly a bad debate, everything gets scrambled up, and then Kamala comes, and we see 1 week of flowing and gushing, yes, reflection of the euphoria that is real that people are experiencing. And I actually am happy that people are experiencing euphoria. However, that feeling that the other people are experiencing is also real, which is that stop gaslighting us right now. And if you keep doing it, I've gotten emails from, and I'm not a pro-Trump person at all, from people who are saying, if people keep doing this, I'm thinking about rage voting for Trump. That's a terrible outcome.
Not to mention the fact that Kamala Harris was out there front and center, as pointed out by Matt Welsh of Reason TV on CNN, saying that Joe Biden was perfectly fine. She participated in the lying, the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive decline, so they wouldn't have a Democratic primary, because she knew when push came to shove, she wouldn't actually be able to win in the Democratic primary. She didn't want the voters to actually have a weigh-in on her candidacy, so she helped engage into the cover-up until the very last minute, where supposedly, according to this reporting from this very trusted journalist who exposed a scandal in Vietnam, again, look at his record, look at his history, they decided to threaten Joe Biden with the 25th Amendment, and of course, they ended up holding him hostage financially, which people are trying to give Kamala Harris credit for, as if she raised $81 million on her own, even though this was clearly and obviously the well-reported threat from the donors that they were going to withhold until they had another candidate. Now look, a lot of you guys out there in my audience know where I am on the political spectrum. You know I'm more on the right than I am on the left, but typically when it comes to presidential elections, because I live in New York State, which is a solid blue state, and my vote doesn't really matter, I don't...
Wait, how is that meaningfully different than someone just raising money? It doesn't make any sense. She's getting praised for raising the most amount of money. Yeah, because the donors weren't going to donate unless she was the nominee. Like, what? That's what? How is that different than like whatever you would consider naturally getting donations? I don't understand.
I don't really talk about voting or the importance of elections or anything like that all that much.
Biden died and she became. I don't care. That's true. Unfortunate. Minus $20 because
I'm not a big fan of the day-to-day presidential politics. I do enjoy the horse race aspect of it, and that is because, again, I don't want people to hyper-focus on the president because he shouldn't have an impact on your day-to-day life, but B, it's because I have basically no impact. But this cannot stand. You cannot have these people run on, oh, we gotta stop the threats to democracy, the evil orange man is coming for a democratic process, and then subvert democracy in such an obvious way in order to install a fraudulent candidate, and then try to rewrite history, rewrite all the Google search terms, rewrite all the Facebook search terms, in order to make it seem like her record isn't what it is. Kamala Harris, despite what the left-wing media says, did support the Minnesota bail fund. She did support the bailing out of Black Lives Matter rioters. A bunch of those people came out and they committed crimes. Kamala Harris is in fact somebody who said she'd get rid of private insurance. She is in fact somebody who constantly is on the wrong side of different issues. And yes, she was the border czar. So they could try to lie, they could try to pretend, they could try to do a backdoor Obama campaign to pretend that she's a celebrity candidate. But the fact of the matter is, nobody likes this woman. Everybody understands that she's absolutely terrible, and she needs to be stopped. This kind of 11th hour swap out needs to be undone. It needs to be punished by the voters. So not only does Kamala Harris need to lose, but she needs to lose in a commanding way. So yes, I am fully behind the defeat of...
Oh, the only way this should be interesting is if Destiny gets to attack him on this video. But I don't know what the fuck Lauren Sun is going to say to this. But whatever, we'll see.
Kamala Harris, whatever form that takes electorally, whether that be a popular vote, absolute obliteration,
with an electoral college
or just an electoral college win, whatever it is, whatever it needs to be, she needs to lose, and she needs to lose in a
but it's just
devastating
gonna be cope. She'll be like, I don't like that they did this.
Fashion, so that the Democratic Party learns their lesson. Because if this is proven to be a legitimate strategy, that the party elites can just toss a candidate 100 days away from the election, then that is going to spell the death nail for the primary process, which again, if they wanted to get rid of it, they should have just done it in a genuine way. Now,
you know, the voters still have to show that they want the candidate, right? That's why she got a bunch of donations and her polling's good. If her polling was bad, this would...
Of course, all these different people are going to say, Cope, you're just scared of Kamala, you're just scared.
It's like, I saw this fucking... I don't know, recent tweet or whatever, something I was a part of, and it's like someone's quote is like, oh, we should ban coalition governments. It's like, why? It's like, well, you could see in Canada they formed not really a coalition government, but the Liberals and the NDP have teamed up, and you can see that they only lost support. Therefore, it doesn't represent more people; it represents less people because now they control. It's like, yeah, but this is just like this is how elections work. If you win let's say you're a party and you win 100% of the seats, and then the very next day you go against, every single party policy you ran on, you'll have zero support the next day, but you'll still be prime minister or president of your country. Right, and then who the fuck is gonna depose you? You have 100% of the seats in the House. Like what the fuck?
Go to Kamala. Listen, let me be clear about this. Obviously, this needs to be said. I don't want Kamala to be president because she'll be absolutely horrible and she'll do the things that she has promised to do. She will expose her authoritarian tendencies that she always had, and that will be bad for the country.
Like, welcome to the flaws of democracy. Everyone needs to buy into the system for it to work. So if you, the whole point is that if you don't like a thing, then you go and you protest, or you just vote next election, or like you have to participate. If you don't participate, then it means nothing, and politicians can do whatever they want.
But I'm in no way, shape, or form afraid of Kamala Harris or think that she is more risky to win than Joe Biden. The only reason I'm upset is because I predicted Joe Biden would hang on, so he, in his weakness, actually disappointed me. But the fact of the matter is that the Democrats are the ones that are afraid. This is why they did something that is nearly unprecedented in American politics, which is throw out their candidate 100 days before the election, try to swap and do an emergency substitute because they were so scared about Biden and they deserve to be punished for it. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts on this whole situation. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As usual, if you like the video, show by leaving a like.
Wow. Okay. Fuck. 2 hours for this debate.
2 hours for this debate that'll last a total of 10 minutes, and then the rest will be, but it'll actually go on for 10 hours.
There's an Asnickle thing. People want to
Fuck!
watch.
My fucking thumb is fucked.
As a Brit watching Asman and chat talk about the UK protests. It's so infuriating. Oh boy. Somebody's unhappy about what I said. The lack of knowledge about the social situation, not surprising, makes it hard to watch. Oh wow. Okay, so this is very usual thing. So you have Asman doesn't know what he's talking about, with no example of what I don't know. Wow, what a surprise. This has never happened before. I think social media makes its countries guilty of this. Asman came across as another clueless yank, doesn't know anything. To even imply that the majority would vote for the next Hitler is insulting, suggesting that the reasonable concerns held by the silent majority will lead all people to abandon all morals and
The silent majority.
fascism, the antithesis of traditional British values, piss off. That's exactly what I'm
He's a
saying.
silent majority, am I right?
And I think that this person is delusional by thinking that it's not possible. And also, when Hitler got people didn't vote for
The Seymour Hersh thing? Oh, I guess we gotta look into that. Fuck, I'm bored now. What is his sourcing for this? What was the what was the article? Like, what website was it on? Or maybe this. Hopefully they link it here, I guess. Hold on. Oh, wow. Hi. Thank you.
Ah.
Thank you. Where where is this 25th Amendment claim?
Oh yeah, I don't think yeah.
The article is locked. I think it's made up. I haven't found anything about it. What do you mean? People just made this up?
He is reporting that, and he discloses the, with respect.
I'm really basing this off of almost nothing, and that could be disproven immediately. But I'm pretty sure conservatives, when they say that he's getting 25th Amendment, all they mean is that Democrats and people went to Biden and said, "Hey, man, I don't think you're going to really make it through this. I think it's better if you step down in some sort of way." And then they're saying that because they said that, what it means is that if they didn't get their way, then they would use the 25th Amendment. But there's no evidence that anyone would have actually done that. They just asked Biden, and who knows what would have happened if he had said no and had stayed in the race. It's an unknowable thing because it didn't happen. So, yeah.
Thinness of this. He says he has gone over reports of Biden's tumultuous trip to Las Vegas last week. This actually appeared in the Daily Mail. One of the reporters who was on board Air Force One, Emily Goodwin of the Daily Mail, reported, and it's in the Daily Mail right now, she was part of the press pool, that the president was deathly pale, that Air Force One flew at maximum speed to Delaware, that their plates were shaking. It was scary for those on board. It was very clear to them they were going.
Dude, it's so crazy how
and that they believe the president was having a medical emergency.
The one rule set change in Pokemon like just completely turned me off.
He has been in touch in the wake of this report and others with a senior official in Washington who helped Seymour Hersh fashion an account of a White House in complete disarray, culminating in the president's withdrawal.
Like the restricted format just
race.
completely turned me off from playing Pokemon. I don't know what happened.
Last Saturday, July 20th,
Mr.
Obama was deeply involved.
Oh shit!
Trying to get Biden out of this race, and that there was.
I told myself I would go play locals today, but
quote,
man.
On Sunday morning, the official told me, with the approval of Pelosi and Schumer, resuming quotes, Obama called Biden after breakfast and said, "Here's the deal: we have Kamala's approval to invoke the 25th Amendment." But Obama made it clear that he was not going.
Wait, hold on.
And Schumer, resuming quotes, Obama called Biden after breakfast and said, "Here's the deal."
What the fuck just happened to my shit?
And Schumer, resuming quotes, Obama called Biden after breakfast and said, "Here's the deal: we have Kamala's approval to invoke the 25th Amendment." But Obama made it clear, he goes on, that he was not going to immediately endorse Kamala Harris. Again, this reporting not being repeated elsewhere.
Hold on.
Mr. Obama,
what is this?
He says that he has been in touch in the wake of this report and others with a senior official in Washington who helped Seymour Hersh.
So that means this guy that they talked to was in touch with somebody else who says that this guy said something? Is that what's happening?
Account of a White House in complete disarray, culminating in the president's withdrawal from the race. And he says that last Saturday, July 20th, Mr. Obama was deeply involved in trying to get Biden out of this race.
Okay, so a senior White House official told Seymour Hersh that Obama was threatening to use the 25th Amendment in a call to Kamala Harris to get... Is that what the...
And that there was talk that he would place a call to Biden. Quote, on Sunday morning, the official told me, with the approval of Pelosi and Schumer, resuming quotes, Obama called Biden after breakfast and said, "Here's the deal: we have Kamala's approval to invoke the 25th Amendment."
Omega nuke.
But Obama made it clear, he was on, that he was not going to immediately endorse Kamala Harris. Again, this reporting not being repeated elsewhere. Don't know whether there's truth to this, but if so, that would be a massive piece of reporting.
Okay.
So what do you make of it, Tom?
Yeah.
Nobody's confirmed.
You know, it is one source, unnamed source on background.
Why is my CS always crashing?
But, you know, Obama made a point of not requesting to speak with Joe Biden. He did not want to contact him because he believed that, according to my reporting as well, and I've been pretty ahead of this, you know, in terms of knowing that like Nancy Pelosi was deeply behind this, orchestrating it. She was in contact with Obama, but they knew that Obama was not going to have influence on him because of the last time that they talked back in 2019, and he had convinced, back in 2015 when he had convinced him not to run for office. So it was seen that any sort of influence from Obama was not going to work. And truly, Joe Biden was very dug in. He was very, very dug in at that time. You know, I was told, though, that if he did not drop out by Sunday, that following week was going to get increasingly nasty, especially from Hill leaders. There would just be, you know, an onslaught of lawmakers calling for him to step down. It would become aggressive. It was just
Okay.
So, evidence? My ass. Evidence? My booty cheeks. Evidence? I made it the fuck up. Evidence?
All right,
I don't know. Okay, I'm going
Turkish
to
Tom's secret
get
alt
rid of
YouTube
this.
account.
I play CS. Smell you later. Fuck. Nice. Based. Bayzed. Aaron Zhang 1. Oh. Kick not live. Let's do that. Okay. I remember to start recording later when I'm watching Des Tiny. Copenhagen Major. These are still up? Jesus. Why is this still here? Am I on crack? What the hell is going on here? There's an IEM going on right now. Copenhagen's going on right now. Why are these here? I don't understand. I needed TL to do good, but they decided to int, so... What the fuck is going on with my fucking client? Yeah, they decided to int for some fucking stupid reason. Not that I don't like FaZe. I love FaZe. But I like Twists and NAF because they're both Canadian. So I want them to do well. I don't need them to beat FaZe. I need them to beat FaZe in that moment. But I wanted them... You know, I want FaZe and Team Liquid to both do good. Because I need a TL... I need a TL Twist sticker, bro. That's what I need. And an NAF sticker. Well, I can already get one, but... You know what I'm saying? Well, they're on the same team. Get a sticker. That's what I want.
Let's roll.
Banning 2 maps. That's probably smart. I want to play... I want to play Catwalk on Dust, but that's okay. I accept this fate. I need to watch more smoke videos, but at the same time, I also watch a lot of positioning videos, and I kind of need to practice on that more. I'm playing in different, playing on different positions. Rip. Ooh, Mirage is a good example, but what do I want to play on Mirage? I think the answer is mid, but mid or mid or Catwalk, and then I just throw the Molly smoke. Oh, actually, Mirage is a great example for me to show my favorite but least favorite position. So I play a lot of B anchor on Mirage because I noticed that if there's a jump, if you have a jumpy teammate, that's playing on B anchor, they will immediately. Okay, it doesn't really matter up T side, but they will immediately run. So like, first let's see. What the fuck am I looking at here? So this, is it this and then this? Is that con? Okay, I don't know what that is. Fuck, I already forgot all my smokes for the stupid map. I need to know that I...
You guys want to rush Cat?
Sure.
It does take a second. Oh, you're golden. It does take a second to fall, though.
I won't throw my cat smoke then.
That'd be bad, yeah.
I'll do it next round.
I like how we're all on the same page. Let's go.
Well, to be honest, I might have forgotten the cat smoke lineup, but I don't care. I'll try it.
Alright.
It's one of 3 spots, so no one's been anyways. No one's anywhere.
Let's go.
Sight. Oh, that guy was lighting up a fucking grenade.
Nice.
Owie! Lost my market.
Oh, lucky bastard.
Nice.
I hit some guy for 29 and 3. You guys want to do a execute second round here?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah,
Megan's
I'm
upstairs.
gonna still go mid to try to get connector.
Also got CTs in.
And also I get to test the smoke out.
Alright, do we have a smoke for jungle?
Is it this? That's got to be a connector one. I think it's this and this.
No flash.
I don't know. One connector, headshot. He's dead. Yeah, I see that. Oh, I'm only. Watch out, yellow. Sorry. Nice. What the hell is the smoke? I think it's just. I want to say it's just.
You guys want to take mid control again?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But no one laugh at me when I inevitably fail this smoke. I'm trying to do the I'm just trying to do the basic cat smoke. And I forget what I'm looking at here. I think it's.
They changed the map a little bit. So like some smokes that used to work from spawn don't. It's weird.
No, that's gonna be too far. I think I just left click throw it at the fucking wall. I don't even know.
There's smoke connector.
Alright, beat.
Scout mid.
One van. Push out apps. Push out apps. Go.
Wow, I got smoked. One jungle destroyed me.
Marcus. Fan.
That was bad. I was not paying attention. Fuck. I should have been trying more. I gotta. Fuck me.
You're gonna got caught.
I think it was just my apps players didn't push fast enough.
Yeah. We're also got banned out like a bitch.
Yeah.
This is probably the most important smoke in
I was
all.
speaking the guy window. I should have mollied window is what I should have done.
So if you want to be the most useful teammate ever on CS2 Mirage, go ahead and get stuck in the
Hold on,
trash
guys.
can
Hold on. I'm
here
sorry.
and throw this
Hold on.
utility
Sorry.
as I'm showing right now. So believe it or not, this is going to end up smoking off mid-window, right, connector, and cap all from the same spot, all very, very quickly. So as you can see, the connector smoke, there's no utility as I'm So if you want to be the most useful teammate ever on CS2 Mirage, go ahead and get stuck in the trash can corner here and throw this utility as I'm showing right now. So believe it or not, this is going to end up smoking off mid-window, right, connector, and cap all from the same spot, all very, very quickly. So
the Mirage window smoke's still possible for.
okay, guys, I'm gonna quickly.
Bro, I feel like I'm on crack. I can't find this fucking goddamn smoke.
Don't worry about it.
Alright, hard to save anyways. What can I say?
Trying mid window.
One con, one window.
Catwalk. Okay, go off, King. One still catwalk. Nice. He's dead.
I'm laying down some smoke.
CT. Jungle. CT.
He's going CT.
Just go B. Orange, go B. No, quiet. Oh, that's fine.
He rotated back to. He's sitting behind. He's spawn.
I'm gonna plant it for cat. You gonna push cat?
Jungle.
Could be pushing jungle. Got a fire too. Good plan.
He's on site. I would turn around. He might. If he defuses, you're fucked.
Nice.
There's only so many places I can throw it and still be wrong, right?
You can do A execute here. I'll throw CT again.
I'm gonna buy.
And I'll light flash.
I want to say it's. There's no way I make it over the wall, right? Yeah. Fuck.
Try and push underpass. Mid. Let's try and pinch A.
I'll wait for you guys to peek up window, and then I'm gonna peek out.
And
Still
window
light
smoke.
flash you on.
Oh, it's smoked. Oh.
Alright, push con.
One was rushing behind me.
CT's still.
Cat's dead. Oh, he's yeah, he's ticket box. Thank God that guy didn't kill me. He 92'd me. Okay. Okay. I got the smoke this time. I swear to fucking God. I swear to God.
I'll smoke through the window.
You smoking window?
Yeah. Just
Or B
because
window.
he's doing cat.
Okay.
I'm trying, cat. I'm trying. I could do a deep cat, but I don't really want to. Fuck it, I'll just do the deep cat. You're smoking window anyways.
I also smoked window as a contingency.
Cat's going out. It's gonna be a little bit later, but this cat's out.
Oh.
Cat's down. Go con.
One jungle.
I'm gonna play for cat again. Activating the bomb. If you wanna hold the bomb.
I'm in sniper's nest.
Con sounds like con.
Yeah, a couple going through CT. One under.
Last.
You got that play?
Okay, I won't. Fuck me. I'll learn the other smoke later. I'll just deep smoke cat. It's fine.
Well, let's just do the execute here probably. I'll do a connector.
Okay, I won't
If he
smoke
pushes
cat.
out cat, we can just shoot him.
Yeah.
He has to push through smoke. But whoever threw that window smoke, good job. I didn't realize there was a
Should've
fast
got-
one.
I can throw a window smoke this time.
Yeah, it's I got it on the stop right here.
Oh, never mind. I
The
can't.
connector though.
I'm gonna throw a stairs smoke. Just
Here, throw window smoke too. Here's another smoke.
Okay, for both.
Holy shit, they're all there. Okay. They figured out yellow can shoot.
Purple has a
Yeah, I got spotted though.
what?
Damn, that guy's got fucking numbers. Oh, there we go. Okay.
won't be off.
Bro just needed time to load. Oh, aw.
Damn, pushed up mid.
it doesn't get that.
Good try.
Who's opping like that?
Dude, don't talk to me. Just ignore the first half of the round.
Here, let's do execute on A again.
Yeah. Let them smoke
Wait
cat.
for their util in it, so just wait for their util to dissipate. Make sure they don't push us.
Oh, I should have. Did anyone smoke? No, no one did window, did they?
I'll flash you guys out. Should we check under?
Cat's dead. One jumped down mid window. He's connector. I got him.
Last CT was off.
No, I fucked it. Yeah, he's just running back. I'm gonna see if I can shoot him in the apps.
Let's go the dogs combo, blue. Jumped out window. He's trying to save.
Nice. But yeah, thanks. You're the first one. You're like one of the only people to say that because everyone hates the gloves, but I love them so much. I just.
Yeah, they're funky, but you know it kind of works.
It makes me feel like a frog, you know? And who doesn't want to be that?
Frog gloves.
Yeah, exactly. You get me.
Smoke, I'll for connector and window.
Uh. I'll just peek over everybody's head and we'll just destroy this guy. Watch this. He didn't peek me as hard as I want him to.
One CT. With two in him. Nice.
Maybe. Oh, not van. I didn't realize I was going myself.
Probably go A then.
Yeah, one van. There should just only be one on A.
Yeah, I'm watching market.
Put it down.
Nice. Goodbye.
Yeah. Why the fuck do I have a decoy? Who bought that and who dropped it? I want to smoke deep cat.
I like this. I can flash you guys.
In the smoke, in the smoke. Oh, there's no one behind me.
Two dead mid.
Made zero noise
One's
getting
stairs.
just knows I'm sitting there in the smoke though. Nice.
Seriously.
One's con. I hit him. Con.
Under.
One will be B. He'll be market. He'll be market though. Just watch out. I heard him. Ah, fuck me! I fucked my shit up. Yeah, you know he's back. Just go plant, run.
17 seconds.
It's a jump down window, then I'll go all the way down to cat, or he'll still come through market. Nice.
Oh, I did him with a full my nade using the smoke.
I need to know if Yellow's about to buy an op or not.
Are you gonna buy Yellow? I'm gonna smoke a window on B. We should push cat again.
There's a lot of flashbangs. It's in the smoke.
Nice smoke.
Cat's mollied.
I was watching.
Push cat, push cat. One's cat. Fuck me, one's cat.
One market.
Market. You guys, we gotta push off cat, please. Like, what are we doing here?
Oh, it is 8-2, man. You guys gotta calm down. I feel like we've won a lot of rounds. Just
Yeah, we won a lot of rounds moving. We're not doing this.
Yeah, I'm not super worried about it. It's suboptimal.
I just don't want to get us lulled into a false sense of security where we're like, oh, we could just beat them. We still gotta get to site. I think I'm gonna take my ump instead.
alright, smoke that. There's two over there. Just want to push B. I'll pop flash you guys.
Whoever threw that smoke, I don't know where it landed. It landed on some roof in mid.
Oh, damn.
That wasn't fun.
One's cat coming over.
Con.
Nice.
Blue con.
Yeah. He hasn't peeked out, unfortunately. Oh, I made noise.
Back, just watching.
Yeah. Fucking blast. Full blind me. Oh, one's cat. Ah, fuck me.
He's on bump.
Oh, we still. Whoa, we didn't push out of apps!
Not a bad half.
I'm like, wondering, how did this guy get back cat? Oh, it's because we never pushed out of apps. Ah, right. My bad. Okay, I'll go A this round. I got a really good spawn for it, but
I'll play cat.
yeah. Usually I like playing cat or mid, but my A spawn is too good.
Yeah. Feels good to play impactful roles.
Well, unironically on Mirage, I usually just play the B anchor spot because if anyone there is like twitchy, they just immediately leave and anything happens. But it's like
Flashing here and smoking here.
apps, ramp, sorry, ramp, yeah, flashed.
Three rank.
Bomb down. Nice.
Last spot of mid.
Perfect. Baguitos. God, I love mollying ramp. Oh, just makes my cock hard because they just they don't know what to do. Oh, I got another A spawn. Okay. Oh, thank you. Good smokes. They're kind of a mess with smokes, but they worked. Oh fuck! I got a good B spawn this time. Well, I guess I'll go. I was having so much fun. Fuck yeah! Fuck it! Fuck it! We ball.
When people are always switching around, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Well, yeah. To be fair, it's just an okay B spawn.
I mean,
I like.
Everyone knows how to play every position really well, but if we're just doing good where we're at,
Holy insta rush! What the fuck, bro? Ran straight through my. Thank you. Yeah. See, that's the only issue I have with playing A on a bad spawn is that. Where I'm like literally 1 second late, so I get fucking destroyed.
Mid behind you, Con.
Orange, why are you spinning around?
My name's Connor. I thought he was saying.
True.
it's B, by the way. Get out of here.
It's B, but fucking okay. Just everyone wait for your teammates. Okay.
He's pushed up in market.
Thank God.
This gun went flying.
Nice.
Yippee!
Yeah, so that's why I turned around.
Yeah, that's funny.
Every time someone calls
Do you-
Con, I like trip the fuck out.
Yeah, have you watched like Star Trek? Do you get like confused when they yell "God"?
No, that's not as bad, but in this it's bad, bro. I'm already fucking drooling, basically, so. Con, bro. They're fucking tripping.
The flashbacks come in.
Yeah.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like? Sentry, grenade out.
Oh shit.
We're smoking.
Molly jungle?
Oh, Jesus. There's two there.
Ooh, out. Palace. Yes. Oh, bro really fucked his friend. That was good. Bro was living in a dream.
Here, let me play the anchor.
Yeah, safe.
Hey, what's up, Oreo?
Where are you coming from?
Where are you going? Where are you coming from, Kanai Joe?
We see he's switching spots. I didn't know where he's going from.
Throwing fire.
I don't think that's good enough.
Smoke.
Palace. Okay. Hey, Palace.
One more mid.
Sounds like I could be hearing them ramp.
Yeah. One with Palace.
One shot. mid.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Hunter. To your left. Deploying flashbang. Look to your left.
My left could be here. Where'd you come from? Where did you go? Oh, I'll be late if this guy rushes me. I'm gonna fucking die. It's okay. I just won't throw a grenade. I'll throw my molly in. Shoot him. You know?
You don't smoke action.
Go, go, go.
I thought it was a molly. I don't want to talk about it. Not what I thought I bought.
I'm pretty sure I could hold the angle.
Grenade out. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Up mid.
Sure. Throwing fire. Bombs out. Fire in the hole.
Con. Pretty lit. Okay.
Under still. It's going under.
Ah, up apps.
That's okay. Yellow just fucking trolling us. I fucked up too, honestly. I hit him twice. For like no damage. Okay, I'm gonna go play cat. This is too good of a spawn.
Where were you before?
I was playing A, either up on box or anchor spot at the big. Or if no one's connected, I was playing connector a bit too. Okay.
One shot up on ramp.
One top mid.
Just fucking man. Still one shot there.
One con. Fuck me, I'm bad. Fuck me. I didn't think he was there. I don't know what the fuck. Whatever. I just suck. Connector. One only connector.
Alice? They molled me off.
Fuck me. I suck. I suck, dude. I suck. I suck. I had him dead to rights and I suck, monkey dick. I threw.
One's gonna be a man.
Good try.
Let's do a full save. I know some people have money, but
No, yeah, it's full is good.
It's amazing that you can spray while running.
maybe yellow can buy 5.7s or something. The pussy skin, dude. How much did this cost?
Holy shit.
Negative.
Let's go.
Bro's got the pussy pattern.
Laying down smoke.
Oh, mid, molly, cat, or a con, for fuck. Jungle, okay. Bro's just spraying me straight through a wall. Pog. No visual, just memes. They just literally knew exactly where all of us were. That's awesome. Unfortunate. Oh, nothing.
Except him.
And that guy's an idiot. I knew. Yeah, I can't believe I literally got 2 tapped through the fucking wall on con. That was awesome. Okay, back to A.
That's the way we do it.
Damage is pretty evenly spread out between our teammates here. It's pretty good.
In my defense, I feel like I see way less people than you guys.
Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
I have not seen a single person go apps.
There is one, two.
That's usually how it goes. Con, bunch of shit mid. Palace. Fuck me! Why are they rushing me like this? One cat.
I'm rotating off B.
Oh wow.
He's Tetris.
I'm in hell, man.
Bruh! This guy can't shoot anyone. Not that I'm fucking doing any better, but we're phasing it. 82! 82! 92. I'm sorry, I can't fucking read. Oh, fuck me. Probably just gonna save again.
And I hit him for 23.
That's okay. I hit a guy for 92 and 4. Which is fine. I mean, yeah. I just have to fucking shoot people. I just can't kill anyone. I want to jump down mid.
Yeah, let's rush. Everybody rush.
Smoking and flashing.
Rush to T.
Start walking.
Silent.
One by CT.
One might be Palace. I don't know if he jumped down though. Nice to Palace.
He jumped down.
Nice. You're wrong. It should be broke, you think?
It's not about how broke they are. It's how much can I shoot them.
There's gonna keep coming on.
Yeah, we should. Unironically, I just have to hit a shot on whoever I see. I'm playing con and I just can't shoot the guy who rushes con every fucking run.
There's smoke in the window.
Again! What am I shooting at? Thank you. Oh, I shot him. Fuck me.
One more cat.
Fuck! I'm throwing so fucking hard, man. One more con. One jumped window. Last guy's mid window. Nice. Thank God. Fuck me, I threw so hard. I fucking channeled my inner fucking TL, dude. Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Just hopefully it doesn't do a breakdown between halves, because holy fuck me. CT was not happy to me. Don't do it.
I might check. I'm gonna check right now, actually.
Fuck, that was so fucking stupid, dude. Every time I went anywhere, it's just some guy. He just rushes up on ramp and shoots forward. I don't know if I should go a different way to get there, but no one else is throwing the molly. So I should just probably just throw the molly. I should probably just throw the molly and play anchor. And then if I wanted to go con, I would just play some other way. Bro, why am I getting... I fucking hate Facebook, dude. I don't know when they started doing this. They just give me random notifications for random bullshit that I don't care about. I don't even use your fucking shitty app, bro. I don't know why you're doing this to me. Okay, I gotta piss. I'll be right back. Bro, conservatives on the right wing are just like are in a fucking random spiral right now. I don't know what the fuck on. One week they're like bashing Kamala Harris for being hot, and like, oh, she's a whore, she's sucked away everywhere, blah blah blah. And then the next week they're like, oh, look at all the hot conservative women that we have. It's like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense, bro. Just doesn't make. I don't know what to tell you. The meth ain't methin'. What the fuck? Random draw hand. 3 Archfiend. Base stand. Bro, what? I'm not even like in a game. Kind of ridiculous, ain't it? Sorry, the Halo music got me acting up.
Let's roll.
We're playing DOS. Let's go, buddy. Finally, get to play cat. My heart's content. Let's go. Fucking go. No, why did I click off screen? Oh no. Please don't crash. Brother. 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 Why am I always spawning the wrong way? What? Is it the same spawn every time? Plus 400? What the fuck? Or the game's like, okay, you got past that barrier. I kind of want to go long, no?
Let's go.
What? I'm almost certain I pressed spacebar. Oh, orange is not going long. Oh, great. That's good.
You say long? Oh, you said cat.
No.
Way the fuck past cat. He was up by barrels. Could be anywhere here.
I think he's on B.
Should I yell at them to just shut the fuck up? I don't know. Maybe the problem is I moved. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. Well, I should do this. Okay. Can I don't know why I can't double. Doesn't really matter, but I just gotta get used to it first. Going B. Oh, one on B. Going A, going A, going A. Nice. Yeah, I want to get used to me jumping with scroll wheel again, and then there's just shit all over my fucking mouse pad. It's actually distracting me. And then once I get used to my mouse scroll wheel, then I'll be oh.
Planning B, Jesus.
Yeah, he's cat. Wow. What a fucking transition that was. That was kind of nutty on him. I mean, I wasn't really in the best spot, but still. And I really didn't shoot him fast enough. What a weasel. He didn't even try. He literally killed me and ran.
That's ratty.
The only thing I have to get used to now again is just jump throwing with scroll wheel as jump. Which is just a little annoying, but it's fine. You just go here, you go whoop. You double click, you just hold both. Mid and cat. Wow, what a fucking guy. Who smokes that and then just stares at it? Like, what? But, okay. I just don't know what the point of the smoking it was, because he smoked it deep. If he smoked it up higher, I would get it, but he's not looking at what he smoked. He literally just smoked, and then... Like, the smoke was completely useless. You just completely wasted the smoke. Just full fucking... He showed full frontal to homie. Bro really got fucked like that. Bro really got fucked on like that. Bro really got fucked on like that. Bro really dodged the whole flashbang just to get fucked on like that. I'm gonna save. Okay, we're forced by it. I mean, whatever. What the hell are we playing here? Oh, oh! Fuck. The problem is to just... I need to get better at util. Hi, how you doing? Oh, but everyone has to save now. I'm just gonna save with them. Oh, nice. Headshot. He's there. How did bro lose the pistol fight? What? I doinked him. I want to say if I throw this slightly more to the right, it'll
Don't stop the door.
Yeah, swing out harder next time. Well, it's because he's not finished. What? I'm going suicide. We slightly late too, but it's okay. Okay, let's see. Body blocked. Oh, they're not even gonna push me. Okay, fuck me, I guess.
Did you buy that up?
Yeah, but I don't want them to have it because I know they're gonna push me.
Oh, man.
There's too much time.
Why would you save for the op and then just throw it out?
Good question, but I don't want them to have it, so.
I'm not hearing any good answers.
Well, I don't want them to have it is a pretty good answer.
Well, you shouldn't have bought it.
Well,
Prevented that.
sure, but then we wouldn't have an op.
Well, we still don't have one.
We did have one at the start of this round. If I didn't buy it, we wouldn't have had that.
My teammate threw it over the fence. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, true, dude. Oh, he's right there. Fuck me. Why is he holding it like that?
You guys want a head boost to get the op back over here?
Yeah, bro. Mental derangement, bro. Shit is hard save. Because again, we have nothing. Some guy was under. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. But he was caves. I think he's running around somewhere. Might be B side. Okay, that means B might be open.
In there, green.
Yeah, cleared for now. Yippee. Can I put my cock in your mouth? I mean, yeah, the deagle, yeah.
You're not gonna get my deagle back.
Well, I don't even have your deagle.
I'll find out. I'll search your corpse for it.
No, please don't do that. I have a Tech 9. I don't have a deagle, I swear. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Hey, you got it back. Oh. Uh-oh.
Jesus stole your fucking Glock.
Nope. Yeah, see, that's a much better smoke. What do I just do there? Let's go long. That smoke did not go where I thought it went. That was so funny. Sorry to bother you. You're just in a logo. Nope. I don't know why everyone keeps asking. I don't know what the fuck kind of random bot shit is this, but it's hella annoying. Yeah, the smoke is so much better. He's CT. Oh, both CT. They gave up cat? What the fuck? Why did bro force me to trade him? I almost went so horribly. Where's the ultimate goal? Question mark? What do you fucking mean? I don't know. Of life? I don't know. Happiness. I don't know. Ooh, that. I don't even know if that worked out. Someone's in the smoke mid. Oh, I missed. Fuck me. Oh, rip. Cat and, oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. This boy ain't leaving nowhere. What the hell is that guy doing? Can't believe they had a guy push. I don't know. Whatever. It's low elo. But it's truly astonishing that some guy pushed up onto Cat from behind. There was also a guy. Like, what are you trying? Who are you trying to pinch him maneuver? One guy. Nice. Pog. What a throw. I'm gonna go play Cat.
Let's make this right as rain. Fire in the hole. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
4B. 4B.
Fight to the death, Blue.
They walk through smoke. What the fuck? What the hell? What? Was I shooting too? Yeah, dude, did anyone else see me just shooting at his head and nothing happened? Am I crazy? Or am I just missing?
I don't know, I was thrown off by your voice.
Your voice? Thrown off by my hot and sexy voice? Okay, I mean... I'm flattered.
You like a Jesus freak?
Yeah.
Quote me some scripture right now.
Your mom be fucking... Oh, no way. That bomb mid, bomb mid. We're getting fucked on.
Bomb is in the middle towards B.
Bomb has been planted. Laying down smoke.
Unlucky! He would have seen him. I don't know. Ignore it. Ignore it.
Yo, can somebody go play B?
I'll do it. Fuck it. I mean, I like playing Cat, but whatever.
John 3:16. Thou shalt play B.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, B rush. Okay, walking headshot. My favorite time of year.
Leviticus 9:17.
Thou shalt be shot dead smack in the face while full movement. Thou shalt be dickered in.
16:12. Hold the B site.
Okay, I had a USP. I'll be fine this time. I have a molly and a grenade. Okay.
Book of Job. 16:12.
Thou shalt pee on. I don't know. No,
Thought your name was Joe Dirt.
Book of Corinthians.
Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Throwing grenade.
Another B rush. They smoked themselves off, but you gotta pick those, so they might rotate.
Just double door screen, double door screen.
Go double door screen. Oh, I got that.
You want?
Oh, yeah, orange is mid. What do I?
Go watch double doors. I got this with my shotgun.
Incendiary out. Grenade out.
I shot him right in the head. I don't think he's gonna push you, but.
Oh, bro, that was right on his head.
Oh well. Not really. We're just dysfunctional on defense. I don't know. We just a hole gets poked and then we just let them take a whole site. I don't know. I have 2 mid when they got to pick off. And now we're full stacking a single site. All right, we'll go.
Throwing fire. Grenade out. Grenade out.
Smokes B. And yet we still give up another fucking pick. What the hell? Like, what are we doing here? B. It's both of them. It's both of them. I'm knocking on the flashes. Backside, last one. Yeah, you heard him. Nice, perfect. I just don't know why, like, they're B, and we're giving up picks. This Max guy just refuses to live. He's 4 and 16. Where's he playing? Can anyone buy me? I mean, I can buy an SMG, but I'm just wondering.
Revolutions 6-8. Thou shalt not buy.
I'll do it around.
Buy ops and throw them over the fence.
Okay, sorry, bro.
We are out of here. Incendiary out. Grenade. Throwing grenade. Laying down smoke.
Oh, what? What the fuck? What am I supposed to do against that? Honest question. Like, is he stopping? Like, is that just like lag or something, or what the fuck's going on there? How is this guy running around and two-stabbing me? This is just bad luck? I don't understand the input. Like, what am I looking at when that happens? Can I buy anything? I don't like just this, but... I don't really want this. That's better. Like, brother is dead again. Really nothing I can do to getting one shot while someone's moving again. But this Max guy is just fucking us. He's just the biggest piece of Swiss cheese on our whole team. There's not much we can do to stop it. I think he's playing long, and he just keeps getting...
I got long on fucking lock. Anybody comes over here getting shot in the face.
Okay. He's fine, I just molly it and stuff. Just play mid. Oh, never mind, Max is coming over to me. Okay, I wish you said something, Max, but it's okay. I'm just gonna jump up cat. One's top mid. One's cat. Bomb's down mid. Yo, did you know you can just jump up this side here to get the cat? Top mid. Under. Going cave. Watch out, blue. They're coming towards you. Oh my god! It's just on this side of the thing. That's fucking awesome. Pog. Okay, blue, let me go back playing B, please. I don't know what happened, but I don't want to know.
Wow, blue.
Bro had Nick Gavin wasn't spraying down the fucking corridor.
You have to save for yourself, blue, for this performance.
Oh, fucking beast flashes. Flashes again. Many flashes.
You know why they're rushing B? 'Cause you're hiding in the fucking corner, bro. You gotta challenge them.
I did challenge them. Sorry, they smashed fucking 16 flashes at me.
I came in there. You were sitting behind the fucking car.
Yeah, because I got flashed 20 times. What do you want from me? They literally throw every flashbang they have.
What are they throwing right now?
More flashbangs. You can buy more than one.
When you hold your bomb site, dude. Just trying to win the game.
Yeah, dude. You're so smart, dude. I should have. I threw my molly, my smoke. I threw my molly, my smoke, my grenade, and that's so crazy, dude. That's so awesome, dude.
Hold your bomb site.
I did hold my bomb site as best I could.
Oh, as best you could.
Yeah. What else? What would you rather me do? Tell me. You seem to know.
Go to a practice map.
Wait, no. I just want you to tell me. You should know. You should know.
Hold your fucking bomb site.
Oh, how? How? Tell me how.
I can't tell you that, dude.
Oh, because you had no fucking idea. Because you would have done the same shit. Because you got flashbang 20 fucking times. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do when there's and then the one guy who runs around who's not flashed dies immediately? What the fuck do you want from me? Oh no, I have to. I'm watching that debate. True based. Thank God. Fucking retards, dude. Hold your sight. I have 20 fucking kills. Suck my fucking balls, dude. Jesus Christ. So fucking deranged.
Listen,
no wonder it was like
947
plus.
is enough to
It
keep
was
him out
plus
of the house
400
until
for me to
he's-
win. The fucking
enough to
game
keep
gave
him
me
out
the
of the house
world's
until he's
largest
35,
retard.
Okay. Okay. Let's go one more. Let's go one more.
Oh, sorry, I was only the best one in the game. Oh, no big deal.
16. I know we got it.
Fucking. Oh, and he's a part of a dude. They were 3v1 me, and that's all the fucking trash talk you can come up with, bruh. This guy's talking shit to me. He's 13 fucking kills, 18 deaths. Go positive, buddy. Jesus Christ. I have 91 ADR. What the fuck is this guy? Oh, nice 0.8 rating.
We're gonna try the
Good
enter bar this time. Enter.
Holy fuck me. Do anything, bro. Fucking derangement.
Okay, enter bar wasn't working. Hold on.
The problem I have with Kaiser is it hasn't changed. Like, Hearts Iron 4 has changed since it came out. A lot, right? Like, there's a lot of new things that you can do, and like lots of crazy shit you can do. Kaiserreich, just one thing. Now, it's not necessarily that that's bad, right? It's kind of meant to be more of a story mode game, but like, okay. Like, you can't change. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just not. It's extraordinarily linear now. Oh, okay. So you can't even avoid it. Who gives a fuck? I gotta piss so bad. Oh, I'm gonna do.
Oh my God, we have one such. It was so bad. Come on. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Come on.
Okay, I'll be back. I gotta piss.
Go piss. Go piss. Go piss. Bro, this is unbreakable. This is my glass ceiling. Maybe if we do mouse clicks. You're right. Oh my God, you're right. The mouse clicks. That's what we need to do. You're right. You're right. The mouse clicks. Let's try this. Hold on. We're getting it. Hold on. I gotta get you. I'm training. Oh my God. I fucked this. I missed the last two. It's not the mouse. Whoever suggested the mouse, fuck you, okay? You fucked it all up. You fucked us all up. It's right here. It's right in here. It's right in here, guys. It's right in here. I can feel it. It's right here. What?
You're going to love this. Trust. Send it, say it. Is to go even further beyond.
We're just gonna channel, guys. Okay.
No, stop it, go.
Okay. This is what we need. This is it. We've got this, okay? We can do this. It's easy. This is so easy. It's right there. It's right there. It's right here. No! This one. Okay. We're right here. Come on. What? Okay, okay. Back up a little bit. Back up a little bit. Back up. Let's back up. A little more. Back up a little more.
Awooga. Bro, is he okay?
What is happening? Shut up. Shut up.
It's already fucked. What? He's already so cooked.
What is happening on this?
Ooh, no. No. In the end, he threw it. Fuck's on. Oh. He just.
This is it. This is it. Okay, we're locked in. Okay, all right. We're this guy. Okay, we can do this. Okay, let's go. We can do this. Come on, we can do this. Lock in. Lock in. What? Oh my god, I got too hyped. Hold on, I got too hyped. We're rushing so hard. The last song was fast. It was fast.
Water and wind. Oh god.
It's fast. Okay.
I'm cooked on that, I think. Yeah, water and wind, all these cards that I definitely have.
Fuck this. Okay, last one. I can't. I just can't do it. Can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, it's right. We're right here. We're right here. We're right here. We're right here. Look at how close. Look at what's happening. Come on. It's
I guess I should have, whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just clicking things.
fuck this. Fuck this game. It's the keyboard. I need a new keyboard for this. The problem is the polling rate on this keyboard is so low, okay? It's not picking up my absolutely precise inputs, okay? Also, apparently Lauren dropped out for tonight, so it's...
What? She heard me.
It's Cam Higby.
It's gonna be so much more boring now. Fucking kill me. Oh, you're always playing the ice barrier deck. Dude, I don't care about this game right now. Do your combo. I don't give a fuck. Oh wait, I have Ghost Mourner. Hold on.
Street. This is a street that
Right,
parallels the
watch
110
this. I'll be back.
freeway. It's a very narrow service street, and you can see him. He's going to come up on. He's going to be forced to make the left here. This is. There's a few dead ends over here, so if he doesn't know where he's going,
well, I don't know what's
he could
happening.
end up locked
Do
in
it.
into a cul-de-sac or something like that. He's got the window down. He's got the visor down. So you really can't see him, but he still has those windshield wipers
his phone in
going.
his
And
right
it looks like he
hand.
might be on the phone.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yes. He's holding it.
That's probably why he hasn't stopped those windshield wipers from moving, because his hands are occupied. One's on the steering wheel, the other one's on his phone. And yeah,
You
he's
might
busy.
be able to see better than me, David. Is he looking at the phone, or is he
on and off?
It looks like he's moving. I don't know if that's.
He's jorking it.
The first shot, the one where he got a good shot, he was definitely thumbing something on his phone, and trying to steer at the same time.
94th and Main Street, crossing Main, down 94th, continuing. Look at the damage there on the passenger side, and it almost makes you wonder whether that was there or whether he has done that. Most likely, I'm going to go out on a limb. This is purely a guess. Probably an impact that he made during the course of this pursuit, but for all I know, I mean, this was, again, that's not his vehicle, so we just don't know. But the driving that we've seen here, we've seen so many close calls. We just haven't made an actual visual.
Guys, it's Lauren running from the debate. Oh my god, rude. Oh my god.
Continuing these random turns now in an entirely different neighborhood, where in the Southwest Division of LAPD's jurisdiction, just to the west of the 110 freeway, Southeast Division, I should say, Southeast, pardon me. Still, though, no sign of any black and whites, but what you do see here is a lot of people crossing the road, going about their day without any anticipation of this guy flying down these narrow streets here, once again crossing Avalon Boulevard with cross traffic, continuing to speed through these residential neighborhoods. And at this point, you just hope he runs out of gas at this point.
We're all on edge, Chris, right? But I did want to ask you, so no black and whites tailing him, but what about the chopper? Is there a law enforcement chopper overhead?
Yeah, California Highway Patrol still has eyes on him. They are still calling out the location, and back at dispatch, there is back at the station.
Oh, I guess I lost.
And ready to make that decision. You have multiple jurisdictions, though. You have California Highway Patrol. They're watching this very carefully. They have a helicopter over the suspect. You also have LA County Sheriff's Department with their own decision makers at the helm. They're watching it go through their jurisdiction, and then you have LAPD watching this madman driving through the streets of Southeast LA in LAPD's jurisdiction. So you have any number of agencies here on top of some of the smaller ones that we've traveled through, like Inglewood just a moment ago, where anybody can make the decision to engage with this suspect, get units in the area, try and set up for a spike strip if they have the opportunity. There you see, he's
Can I riff on this? I don't even know why about
got
this.
the phone in his hand, the phone in his right hand, using his left hand to steer the vehicle, making wild, random turns, continuing as he goes over the double yellow lines here, a whole line of traffic on 92nd
It's like a fine
Street
game, but
at a red light. And you can see traffic is starting to pick up
fuck
here
me.
as he makes his way down, going the wrong way on 92nd. Folks pulling over to make way for this guy as he continues to speed through Southeast LA without anybody's safety in mind here. This is just so dangerous.
And traffic is only going to get worse. It's just a few minutes after 5 p.m. on a Friday. A lot more people will be hitting the roads in their cars on their commute home.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally he's found some empty roads, but overall, there's a lot of traffic out on this Friday afternoon, and you can see him occasionally encountering that traffic. And in this position, he's actually forced to stop. Look at him.
He's getting out.
Getting out, dumping the vehicle in the middle of the street.
Or she.
It's a woman.
It's a woman.
It's a woman jumping out of the vehicle with a backpack, now running for it, but there's
Oh my god, it is Lauren Southern.
There's nobody behind her. She's just dumped that vehicle, a stolen Kia Soul, in the middle of the road, and now she is just going for a jog as if nothing ever happened. And without anybody in the vicinity, she could very well hide out easily if she found the right hiding spot here. But she's just going to jog up Compton Avenue here on the sidewalk. We're going to follow her each and every move here, but on foot, they have an excellent opportunity to try and get some law enforcement in the area to get this woman into custody. She is a real danger to the.
Where the fuck are the cops? Unironically.
And, I sure hope we see this, with an arrest here, because she's got to be taken off the road.
Absolutely.
And you would think that law enforcement is mobilized to sort of get in there as quickly as possible. Now that if we can see her, the law enforcement shopper can.
Oh, they're
see
watching
her.
as well.
Yeah.
They're very identifiable with the white pants and the jersey shirt or whatever that is, and then she's not gonna run too fast. I mean, she's already kind of getting gas, so you could tell she's really tired.
That's the ironic thing. That's the ironic thing about it. She thinks she's just. What is she trying to do here?
She's hitchhiking.
Stop.
A hitchhike turned into a carjacking.
Come on, really? This is unbelievable. This is out of control. I mean, what is she going to do? She has no idea how many eyes are on her. She thinks she's going for a Friday afternoon stroll down Compton Avenue. She's about to be rudely eliminated here if she continues. If she tries to hitchhike or carjack somebody, this is going to take a much different turn. Look at her stopping traffic, trying to get a ride, looking at her hands, trying to beg for a ride as she continues walking up Compton. This is unbelievable. This is incredible.
This might be a first to see a pursuit suspect then get out of the car and then try to hitchhike.
Does she not hear the choppers?
Well, she's probably
she must.
She
must.
Yeah, she's kind of.
And but I'm so fascinated to see if law enforcement decides to pick this person up, or is she just going to walk and walk and walk? Where is she from? What's her story? We just don't know.
Well, she's had plenty of opportunities to easily find private property where she could hide. She's not making any attempt to hide. She's sticking with the sidewalk here, just trying to. I mean, who knows where she? I doubt she knows where she is, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
but I could be wrong. But she's really looking for a ride. I mean, she's desperate for a ride, and I just don't think she understands how many eyes are on her. But she is still continuing to try and wave down other motorists. It's not going to be long. I know it seems like it's taking forever, but there are officers on the way over here, and
what the fuck is
seems
this
like
lady
it's we're mere seconds or minutes away from somebody pulling up here with lights and sirens flashing. But right now.
And those people there, I wonder if they know what's happening.
We have seen signs that there are people watching this, and we saw a couple of guys just a few minutes ago on an intersection that saw her going by and clearly, physically, waved and were excited about that. Those folks on that balcony might have been watching this as well, knowing that she's coming their way. So this has become a little bit of something. So there are a number of folks out there that are watching this pursuit.
Yeah, LAPD has units on the way. So LAPD Southeast units, I believe, are actually making their way over here. Like I said a minute ago, it seems like it's taking forever, but they are aware of this. They are watching this live on ABC7, and they are clearly aware of her movements, and they are trying to get units into position here as she continues to hustle towards 100th Street. She's got the phone still in her hand, a backpack and another bag as she starts to pick up the pace once again here down Compton Avenue. And again, not venturing into any private property. She's sticking with a public sidewalk, which tells me that she's not really making a big effort to hide. She's had plenty of opportunities to hide in a way that we would never find her and law enforcement would lose track of her. That's not the situation here. But what I am curious to see is, as this pursuit starts to go viral on the internet, at what point do we start to see other people?
Look,
there's somebody right there with a phone.
Video of her.
There are already people, that, just as I was saying that, there are already pedestrians on the street there, well aware of this woman who is just walking through the neighborhood, and they know she's up to no good. So
But now she's on
this is
private
now
property.
public knowledge. Yeah. I'm sorry, Giovanna. Go ahead.
She's on private property now.
She is now in an apartment. Yeah, she's in an apartment complex. Looks like a parking. Yeah, these are two apartment buildings. She's in between the two, and CHP with eyes on her here. We'll see if she
might have ducked in
She
somewhere.
might have walked into one of these parking garages.
Yeah.
Or one of these carports. I don't think she came out the other side. They lost her. They lost her inside, in between these two apartment buildings.
She could have knocked on someone's door,
She
right?
might just be hanging out in the shade. That's a a parking garage right there, so she might be hanging in there. They're all watching
Look at these
her.
people. See, these people know exactly who she is.
Oh, yeah, and they're all
And everybody is watching on their phone here, trying to catch a glimpse. They're watching online. They're trying to record it. But she is somewhere in this vicinity, and they are now in a position, now that she's on foot, they should be able to lock down this apartment complex, or at least this one square block. However, it's been at least 5 minutes. Maybe I'm losing track of time, maybe even more, and we still see no sign of LAPD. We know they're on the way, but right now, no sign of LAPD, as this woman has more and more time to hide, whether she's just getting some shade or taking a rest, like you said, David. Good possibility there. She could just take a breather inside the carport undercover and wait this out.
She could be hiding under a car, and we don't know what the strategy is for law enforcement. They may know who she is. A lot we don't know yet.
Well, behavior alone, she's still a threat. She could be dangerous, and now she's hanging out in this property here. We don't know where she is or if she's trying to get into somebody's place. And there's a CHP helicopter that's been watching her as well. They know where she is. There's an approximation at least, and after they could track her down. But to state the obvious, the good news is she jumped out of the car. That's when she was the most dangerous.
That's when she
Far
was
less
most
dangerous now.
Right, exactly right. I don't think they know who she is, because for all of this pursuit, they've been referring to her as a he. And so I think they were just as surprised when she stepped out of the vehicle. Again, this was a stolen vehicle, a stolen Kia Soul. Not sure where it was stolen. But her actions here, well, you're right, David. I mean, she's really, now that car is abandoned, she is not a threat, not as much of a threat anyways, as she was earlier. And now there is a belief that she is indeed hiding out in that carport, likely the one on the right there, but I'm not sure. There's two buildings there with two separate carports, and she is somewhere in this vicinity.
Yeah, and it's possible that all of these pedestrians we're seeing are calling 911 and letting authorities know that she is at that property.
Is this guy talking to somebody? I don't see anybody he's talking to.
There's a foot right there.
Is it possible that somebody's over there?
He's talking to somebody.
He's talking to somebody.
He's talking to somebody.
For her.
Oh, maybe he's just talking into his phone while he's looking for her.
Got it. Yeah, we're going to try and come around the other side here, see who's on the other side of that fence. He was talking to somebody. I don't know if it's her, but he was talking to somebody near that dumpster. And who knows at this point if she's, I mean, it's just impossible to see. We can't tell, exactly where she is, but he was...
Dumpster wizard.
He appeared to be communicating with somebody behind that fence.
Yeah. Well, this has really been a fascinating pursuit. I mean, we took it with some question
Front of the building. All right,
Front of the building.
Eyes on her in the front of the building. That's going to be the California Highway Patrol helicopter, who has made eyes on the suspect.
Could
she has apparently changed clothes.
Yeah,
she's changed
clothes.
Oh, same clothes. Sorry, I'm sorry. Same clothes. She's in the same. I'm sorry. I'm getting conflicting information. She's in the same clothes now, and hopefully we'll catch a glimpse of her here on the front of the building. The crowd that's starting to
waving.
Here. There's somebody
Oh shit! Oh shit! He's thrusting.
Are they pointing at something?
People are pointing at her, but
or are they trying to get the attention of the
no sign of any law enforcement here. I just have to reiterate, what we're watching here is going on I'm closer to 10 minutes now, where there is no sign of law enforcement. We heard that LAPD Southeast units were on the way out here, but quite frankly, guys, I can't tell you I'd be surprised if they just abandon this. It's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but they are very quick to let these go. If there's not an immediate danger to the public, and
we
they
don't
feel
know
like
that.
it's worth, they have. We don't know that, but they have other business. They have other calls coming in. 911 ringing off the hook left and right. If a woman who's no longer in that stolen vehicle is just walking around South LA, it becomes a here they come. LAPD Southeast units. I'm sorry, Highway Patrol and LAPD. LAPD and CHP, two separate black and whites, now pulling up to this apartment building. And if they can get eyes on her, they'll be in a better position here. Otherwise, they're going to need more units to lock down this area and try and corner her. But at least there are units here. CHP and LAPD both responding out here to the end of this pursuit.
But look at how casually everyone else is walking around. That makes me a little nervous. I don't know.
Hopefully they can help direct them to where they think she is. I just kind of, I kind of think that she still should be seen as a threat, because when it comes to her behavior during the driving, and also who knows what her mental state is, and if she's now trying to hang out in somebody's private property,
Propose the Alps
trying to hide out, that could be tricky. So he's going to go check this out.
So he's moving a little quicker. Maybe he sees something, maybe he doesn't. He's definitely spoken to a few witnesses down there, and now you see that CHP officer heading back down that alleyway in the same direction that we were trying to find her earlier. So somewhere in between these buildings here, somebody has made eyes on her, and as far as we could tell, she hasn't moved over to a different property. I think she's probably still hiding out near this parking garage. I imagine if we stay here long enough, this officer will eventually bring her back out to the street if he finds her. But yeah, you can see the crowd here. Everybody over here seems to be well aware of who she is, just based on what they're seeing on their phones and online.
Yeah. I'm just so curious to see where she is, or if she actually was able to get into somebody's home from underneath there. And there's probably a lot of places that she could be hiding as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hiding spots here. She is on private property, so, you know, she is trespassing. But again, when we talk about those petty crimes, was that the officer?
Yeah, it looked like he was looking around the back of the other building.
He's looking around, yeah.
You stupid.
Yeah, I mean, most of, you know, when you talk about some of the, you know, all of the traffic infractions and the trespassing charge, I mean, these are all relatively petty misdemeanors relative to the actual theft of the automobile. But other than that, guys, you know, it's going to be probably a mental health situation at the end of the day. But right now, you can see there's an LAPD officer in front, a CHP officer in the back. They are trying to track her down.
Yeah, this could be something that takes a while. So I don't know if there are other units showing up, or if it's going to be left to these two officers to kind of assess and get out. But
is that a time
I
thing?
hope everybody in that apartment building can at least assess their own property, so they know that she's not intruding on them, because there's law enforcement right there that can help out if she is.
All right, so I'm being told that CHP may have her. The officer, the CHP officer who was walking through there, may have her. Whether he has the right person is yet to be
Magic up to the wrong person.
You know, yet to be seen here. Nope, there he is. He's coming back out empty-handed here. So we had heard a report that CHP possibly had somebody in custody, but now you can see him coming around the building here, talking into his radio. He's got his hand on his weapon and still trying to find her, now perhaps possibly inside this building.
Oh,
additional
he's running in.
CHP officers running in there now.
Okay.
Private security, LAPD, CHP, all walking through that doorway. Maybe they have eyes on her, but we did have a report just a few seconds ago that CHP possibly had somebody in custody.
Okay, so this is coming close. I guess it's reassuring to see that they are quickly moving, so that it looks like that they at least know an approximation of where she might be. Somebody might have told them where she is, and then so they're quickly running to where that is. Hopefully they'll get her. More
LAPD units pulling in here. You can see them continuing. Yeah, backup now arriving, going through that doorway. Again, I want to just kind of caution, even though we have a report that somebody's in custody, many of these situations sometimes end up with a mistaken identity because the officers on the ground don't have as clear a description as we do. We've been watching her for the last, you know, however many minutes, so we know exactly what she looks like. But those officers on the ground may, you know, maybe rounding up some people who they have, you know, a suspicion of, but not positive identity. So we'll see. They may have somebody in custody. We'll see if it's the right woman, presumably inside the building, as we've seen now a number of officers walk through that doorway.
Yeah, and perhaps the local security guard. I think you mentioned there was local security there. Maybe they.
It looked like a private. Yeah, there was somebody in a white shirt that looked like private security. We know we saw LAPD go in there and several CHP officers. So I'm getting more reports that we are getting confirmation now. Somebody is in custody. I think we'll find out here in short order whether it is indeed the right suspect, but somebody is being taken into custody as we speak.
Right. And obviously authorities don't believe that she is dangerous, maybe that she's not armed, because they're allowing people to walk around. They're not establishing a perimeter to protect people. They're not telling people to stand back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I think you know, they want to keep the crowd back for sure. They obviously have a better idea now. They're focusing on that doorway. So
The crowd is
inside, I'm
largely.
sure they are keeping people away. We don't see that crime scene being established just yet. But at the end of the day, again, they're gonna, you know, if they do indeed find her, it won't exactly be you know, a large crime scene. They will take her into custody and figure out what the situation is. But they are calling in for backup. There is a little bit of crowd control. They want to keep people back just in case things go sideways. Absolutely, Giovanna. But it does appear from everything we're hearing that somebody is being taken into custody, and now you can see that LAPD officer in a much more relaxed stance in front of the building,
And here she goes.
some more residents coming out here. Again, a lot of commotion. You have a number of helicopters overhead, a number of law enforcement vehicles surrounding the building, and so any second now, I think we'll have our answer. But it does indeed seem like they do indeed have her.
All right, so we're debating on whether to stay with us and get the and
Wait, what the fuck?
moment to pull her out, or we need to move on to other news.
Immediate
Here
freedom.
come some more officers.
I should. Are you still with me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, we're getting some more information from our assignment desk that they are giving the code 4. So the suspect is in custody. They are on the second floor of that apartment building.
Interesting.
But they are calling for an ambulance.
Okay.
So the condition of that suspect is now very much in question. What happened on that second floor, again, very much in question, as the suspect appears to require immediate medical attention. They are waiting for that ambulance now. That explains the delay here, but units are now converging on the second floor of that building right there, but they do have confirmation that that pursuit suspect is indeed in custody. They have issued the code 4, just waiting for an ambulance.
Right.
Okay.
So some unanswered questions.
Thank
Maybe
you.
she penetrated somebody's apartment, but we'll find out as we wait there. And I think what we're going to do is move on to another other part of the newscast. Chris, we're going to go back to you as you have more information for us. So thanks a lot. We'll check back with you in just a moment. Other news now, one day after federal prosecutors announced the indictments of 5 people in the ketamine death of actor Matthew Perry, we're learning more about the defendants.
On the left, Jasmine Sanga, known as the ketamine queen, and Dr. Salvador Plasencia, who is accused of selling Perry.
Riveting.
Did they catch him?
Nope. And it's a woman.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure it could help.
God, I came in for this extremely boring debate because Lauren Southern's not here. Holy weasel.
Yes, but at what cost? It was a woman? What? She got tased and died? Wait, what?
all true.
Destiny's best debate ever.
I'll just set it as 1. Just have them pour in, you know. A sneaky democracy. You will not get to Yugoslavia. I would be a staunch defender. Oh, base. I just leave immediately? I gotta compromise and then I just fucking immediately... Oh, what the fuck? And I get a puppet focus against all the Yugoslavians? Bro, what is happening?
I wonder if there's any way to, like, capture Discord reliably every time without having to resize all this shit every single fucking time.
Wait, what?
I bet there's.
Why did that immediately happen? The fuck? Request British support. Add British support, which grants research speed 5. What the hell? What? Why that? What? I got the extra research slot. I don't.
Ties with it. We've got a lot of screechers on our side of the aisle. It's kind of our side's turn for fucking psychos
It's
at
gonna
the
be
wheel.
a stark difference on this 2v2.
Election season, bro. Everyone wants to yell.
I don't understand.
What was the
I don't know
topic
why I
for
didn't
the
get this.
first
Add
one?
British support, which grants research to be 5% daily
Democracy,
support
good.
plus 10.
It was like
It's just-
why
I
is
don't-
America so divided? And clearly the
Oh no, I got it.
Democrats
Yeah,
said
no.
Republicans.
Daily Democrats.
Republicans said Democrats.
Democratic
No,
influence.
shut
I mean, I'm a
Really?
Republican.
You
Yeah,
don't
it was
say.
surprising.
Surprised
There was,
me.
there was
That's
division
crazy.
on the topic. Wow.
And then President Sunday came in and was deranged and then left mid-panel, which is also equally surprising to everything mentioned up till now.
Not Minister Purged.
I don't know much about President Sunday lore, but the way that people speak about him, he sounds like a character.
He's
It
content,
was
at the very least.
it was a real profound twist because he seemed so amicable in a relative sense to like any time I've seen him before, and then all of a sudden on a dime in the one response that he left on, he just randomly was like, fuck you, fuck this dude for being a homeless veteran. He should be making money and loving his family and not in a debate panel. That's the reason he's streaming from his car right now. I was like, wait, what is happening?
Jesus.
It's a bold
I mean,
move.
you can only measure somebody for that long, you know? Somebody like him for that long.
All
I'm
right,
surprised he got
Dylan's
it
wrapping
good.
up. I will drag you in as soon as they come out.
Sweet.
What do I need for this?
Thank you,
Those
everyone.
are not available.
Especially thank you, Cam Higby. Save my bacon on that.
Wait, what the fuck? Am I in crack? Hold on. What do I need? Oh, coordinated equipment manufacturer. Coordinated equipment manufacturer. Oh. Okay, suck my fucking dick.
You can carry on talking, you know.
Well, I just, you know.
You killed the
You were like, all right, everyone. Like, you know,
I
that's
was
usually
giving you a warning. That's
quiet on set.
No, it was more my own realizing that I just rambled for like a minute straight. So
that's normal.
yeah, it's actually not. I usually go for 3.
You said I can't be succinct. No, I can't even say it. Succinct. So I'm just gonna talk faster.
Literally, I was like, I'm just gonna talk really fast because that's the only way I'm gonna fit what I have to say in 2 minutes. So I said I need an actual moderator when I have debates for myself, not for the other side. Need someone to shut me up.
I'm streaming also. Be careful. Don't say anything crazy, okay?
Oh, Destiny, sorry for uploading the full version of anything else. Just that was my fault. Just be private. Okay.
Wait, Destiny, can you just make some noise real quick so I can get your level?
My level's fucking fine. Don't adjust it. At 100, that's exactly where I should be, okay?
It was at 200 for some reason, so you were coming in a little
He
hot.
just was really interested in what you had to say.
No, I think I messed the inputs up, and then, yeah, I got weird from
All
there.
right, looks like they're all out.
All right.
Denabo.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Have fun.
Your cams will turn off when I drag you in. You'll need to turn them back on. Thank you.
Can I just say my favorite moment today was when everybody in chat was like, Destiny's out of touch. He doesn't know what it's like to be whatever. Like, I just don't think Destiny, because he's an out of touch millionaire. And then as soon as I told the story about my family getting evicted and having to file bankruptcy, then all of a sudden, everybody in chat switched up to, oh, Destiny just has an emotional attachment to this issue. That's why he can't see it clearly. Fuck you guys. And fuck androids, okay? They're not good people.
Has it really been that long?
I don't know if I've talked to you since you've been to Ukraine.
Really? Man,
Yeah.
that would mean going on 3 years then.
It's been 3 years?
It would be going on 3 years, yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
My goodness. Wow. Cam, I gotta say, I'm very thankful for you coming in last second to replace Lauren Southern's last second dropout from the debate. Again, for everybody who's just tuning in, she said that she didn't have enough time to prepare because in the last 48 hours she had some personal stuff come up. We do give the topics 2 to 3 weeks in advance, but she was waiting till the last 24 hours to prepare, and sadly it just meant that she didn't feel she was ready to have the conversation.
Okay.
So
Meaning
we're
she
gonna
didn't prepare at
have
all.
instead Cam Higby,
And it
who
doesn't
actually
matter.
canceled. I saw he
It
shut
wouldn't
down
matter
his
at all.
stream. He was like, never mind. I'm gonna research. He's hungry. He's hungry. He's hungry. He's hungry. And I love it when people are hungry. Thank you guys for coming on today. Take some time
Lauren
to
Southern
be
did
on the
nothing.
show today. We're gonna go around and have everybody introduce themselves. I want to thank Sean, Destiny, Hutch, and Cam Higby for coming on. Let's start with the guy who just arrived in the last second to save us. Cam Higby, want to introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. My name is Cam Higby. I'm an investigative journalist and undercover journalist for a company called Today's America, and I also do political commentary and debates.
Thank you very much for coming last second. I do appreciate it, and I hope the viewers at home consider the fact that this is a last second appearance for Mr. Cam Higby. We're going to throw it over now to Hutch.
Welcome everybody. It's nice to meet you, Sean. Thanks for subbing in so quickly, Cam. Look forward to having the conversation with you, and congrats on bringing Hippy Dippy back, Dylan.
Thank you very much. Always happy to come to the depths of Twitch poll and see where I can make my coin. I'm going to now throw it over to Destiny.
What's up? I'm also an investigative political guy. I investigate Wikipedia, and thanks for having me.
Happy to have Wikipedia's top researcher here today. We're now going to throw it over to Sean Fitzgerald, also known as Actual Justice Warrior.
What's up? I'm a YouTuber. I focus mostly on crime stuff, and the reason Lauren couldn't make it is due to the fact that we can't work together. It's my fault. I take all the blame for it.
Damn.
You can't work together?
Yeah, irreconcilable differences.
Wow, I had no clue. Well, there you go. Breaking news from Sean Fitzgerald. Irreconcilable differences. Whatever those were. Now we're going to go into the topic for today. The topic is democracy on the ballot in 2024? It's a big topic. From the left, you hear a lot that Donald Trump is anti-democracy.
I don't
He's
know.
authoritarian,
Lauren just didn't want to show
and
up.
he tries to
That's the
overturn
answer,
results of
actually.
the
She just
election.
didn't want to show up.
And so
She's just
many
bored.
Democrats are fearful that if he wins,
He's like,
that he's
no.
going to end democracy as you know it. He's going to do damage to our institutions. On the right, you hear a lot about the political persecution of Donald Trump through the justice system picking on him and going after him legally in order to try to undermine his presidential ambitions? Or is it all just nonsense and everybody needs to stop being so hyperbolic? Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? We're going to start today with, you know what, actually, let's go with Actual Justice Warrior.
All right, great. Thank you. So the question of is democracy is on the ballot is honestly a bit ridiculous in my opinion. It is not on the ballot for this election, and if my opponents are going to argue the contrary, they're going to have to explain exactly why the mechanisms of our government are going to be overthrown if presumably Trump gets elected. The fact of the matter is our government
Easy. He already tried it, so odds are he'll try it again. Done.
is the longest consistent government currently going in world history.
And it almost
at
ended
this
last
moment in
election.
time. We have been through a bunch of different controversial elections. We have been through a Trump presidency already. So these guys are going to have to explain what would be different about Trump winning in 2024 that was different from him winning in 2016.
Okay, I'm going to now throw it over to Hutch.
I actually wrote out kind of a lengthy opener. Is that okay, or do you want it more concise?
To 2 minutes, under 2 minutes is usually where we go. 2:30 I'll allow, but like don't go like excessive.
Okay, let me just try to get through as much as possible. So I do in fact think that democracy is on the ballot in 2024, even if the threats it faces aren't necessarily immediate. I would like to focus on what lies do to a democracy. It's impossible to have a healthy, functional democracy if the electorate is aggressively misinformed. When you have a misinformed electorate that are angry enough about the lies they've been told, events like January 6th become more and more likely. One person in particular has misinformed his voters more than any president that has ever come before him. Everybody on this panel knows that every politician lies to one degree or another. Omission, exaggeration, embellishment, and hyperbole are all standard practices for any politician. But Trump is not your average politician, and the brazenness of his lies put him in an entirely separate universe. He lies about the weirdest, most unnecessary, easily disprovable things, such as he started his presidency with a lie about his crowd sizes. He claimed that the clouds parted and it stopped raining as he started speaking at his inauguration. He used a Sharpie pen to elongate the projected path of a hurricane, claims that windmill noise causes cancer. He lied about being Michigan's Man of the Year. These are just the silly lies, but I think they give you a sense of who he is. He's clearly demonstrated that he has no regard whatsoever for the truth. His instinct every time he opens his mouth is self-aggrandizement. And to that end, he is willing to do and say whatever pops into his head at any given moment for any given topic. The truth simply does not matter to him at all. The spirit of democracy is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. And if the people are angry, confused, and misinformed, you are throwing about 10,000 wrenches into a system that was designed with bipartisan efforts in mind. It's simply impossible to work together with a group of people that live in a totally different reality crafted by their chosen leader. I had more to that, but I'll just cut it off there.
We'll get through it during the conversation. We're going to throw it now over to Cam Higbee.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump is capable of, nor do I think that he has the influence to overthrow democracy or disintegrate it in this country. And yeah, that's pretty much going to be my
Oh, it's literally it. Oh my fucking. Oh, he can't do it, so therefore, I don't care.
my opening statement. I think he's, done plenty of things. He's tried to do plenty of sneaky things, and it's not worked each time. So.
Okay, we're gonna now throw it
What an
over
argument.
to
So
Dustin.
brave.
I think democracy is on the ballot. I think we are a democratic, constitutional republic. I think Donald Trump stands opposed to every single part of that system. Donald Trump does not like democracy. He wants to rule as the single executive, as the king who can make decisions that circumvents Congress or decisions that are beyond the courts. It's why he asked for criminal immunity from the Supreme Court. It's why he tries to do immigration policy and other policy through executive order. He doesn't value the legislature. I think that we are a constitutional republic. We have a constitution that all of us are supposed to answer to. Donald Trump says that when he needs to, he will terminate the Constitution. If he needs to find voter fraud, if he needs to hunt political enemies, he says that he can suspend the Constitution or terminate it and go after those people. And we are a republic where the power is vested in our representatives to make decisions for us. We are not a monarchy. We are not ruled by one man. We are supposed to have an entire legislative branch. And Donald Trump's entire political career is all centered around only staffing the government with sycophants, is only centered around trying to get people in Congress who will worship him and who will help him circumvent responsibility and the law in any way, size, shape possible, like when he avoided his conviction in the Senate for impeachment because people, for some reason, in the Senate thought that you can't impeach a non-sitting president, which is ridiculous. So, yeah, I think that Donald Trump stands opposed to every single foundational idea about our democracy, and he stands opposed to the very reasons that Sean mentioned that our democracy is one of the longest living ones on the planet thus far.
Okay, so from there, we're gonna leave it to be open for you guys to go back and forth. Who wants to grab it first?
I can grab it. I love grabbing things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a very, very simple question posed initially. I think Sean said that if we're going to say that Donald Trump represents some existential threat this time as opposed to last time, what's changed? And the thing that's changed is that Donald Trump didn't understand how any part of the government worked last time. This time he's got a slightly better understanding, so he's only picking people that will go along with him for his illegal plots instead of assuming they'll go along with him for his illegal plots like he did last time. So I think picking people like J.D. Vance, who has signaled that he would back him on any attempted coup stuff like what he tried for January 6th, I think is a good example of a meaningful change in Trump's next administration as opposed to his last one.
Okay, we're gonna throw it. I want to throw. That was a response to Actual Justice Warrior. So you think you could take that?
Yeah. So I mean, you bring up January 6th, which is unsurprising. You've been doing a million, billion, zillion hours of streaming on this specific issue, so I understand that that's your go-to point. But my question is that January 6th, if we take it in its worst reading, was a plot involving the electors. If Donald Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States, that will be his second term in office, which according to the 22nd Amendment, he is not eligible to run for president again.
Yeah, until, guess what? Here's my wild prediction. Until the Supreme Court goes, well, actually, they meant that in the way, like, you can't do consecutive terms. You can't run 2 consecutive terms in a row. So he can actually run again because he didn't have he hasn't run 2 consecutive terms, and then he'll run twice. And then he'll run again, and then they'll find some other way.
So how are you going to cite this plot that's not even possible if he wins as a mechanism for him to remain in power when he can't put himself on the ballot as per the 22nd Amendment? Again, you have to demonstrate that Donald Trump is going to be able to end democracy with the methods that are available to him. Do you think he's going to overthrow the 22nd Amendment, that Republicans are going to gain enough in the House and the Senate and statewide in order to get rid of that so he can serve for additional terms? Like, how is this plot that you're imagining in your brain going to actually work?
Two very simple things. One, he said that he doesn't like the Constitution, so he can terminate it at will. He's already said that once. I don't think he actually could do that. But the second thing, the nice thing about kings is they always have children to run their kingdom for them after they're gone. He could very easily do the same type of plot, but instead...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought way too far ahead. Yeah. The real thing is that you just go, oh, my son will run for me. And then, yeah. Easy.
Do it to get Trump Jr. in office instead of himself.
Yeah.
So he's gonna pass it to Trump Jr. non-electorally. Like how exactly is that gonna work? I'm just
the same way that he tried to pass it to himself non-electorally, where he got people to lie and say they were electors and then try to get the VP to certify the vote in Congress.
Okay, again, but that had to do with him being on the ballot and an elector scheme, and like we all understand that.
Can his son not be on the ballot next election cycle?
Well, he wouldn't be on the ballot for the 2028 presidency. Like, so he's
why he can't run for the presidency in 2028?
Oh, his son is going to run. So if his son is elected and he wins, like, how is that ending democracy?
Well,
like,
it's not democracy if he wins. It's if they try to make him win when he didn't win, like he tried to do in 2020.
Oh, okay. I see. So you think he's going to hand it off to Don Jr. Like, that's the line that you're going with.
I mean, he could. I don't know. Why not? He tried to illegally hand it off to himself last time. Why wouldn't he do it to his son next time? Who knows?
I think all the arguments to try to prove that like democracy is going to end if Trump wins the election this year is just going to be based on conjecture. Like, I think the arguments about like Trump appointing people to government, specifically in like courts and stuff, that worship him and that will follow him into the depths of hell to get him reelected is just like not true. Like the courts repeatedly, when he tried to like claim election fraud and stuff like that, repeatedly rejected claims. They repeatedly rejected to hear appeals. Even the Supreme Court with a 6 conservative supermajority rejected to hear anything about it. So like, if it wasn't achievable last time, I highly doubt with all of these people that are
I hate this. This guy's so boring already. It's so boring and lame already. Oh, I'm not even fucking recording. Fuck. It's already so boring and lame. This dude is just like, it's the Ben Shapiro argument of, I don't think it'll happen, so therefore it won't happen. I don't think you could do it, so it's not gonna happen. Bro.
Loyal to Trump in the government, even right now, I highly doubt he would ever manage to pull it off.
So I think there's a couple things here. I think like we're talking about the risk to democracy in an immediate sense. I don't think we need to limit it to just that. We can talk about ways that he could sort of chip away at democracy and lay the foundation for
that too. Like
democracy being stress tested in the future. But I guess my question to my two conservative co-panelists here are, what is the logic around, like, first of all, do you acknowledge that he stress tested democracy in 2020? And what, if you do, what would be the logic of
whatever the fuck
allowing him a second chance to try to stress test it in ways that maybe we haven't even thought of yet?
Also, as a quick thing before that question is answered, just as a response to that, what was just said, first of all, the courts didn't reject him. He got more criminal immunity than he even asked for, number one. Number two, J.D. Vance is a person that he would put in that would go along with him further than Pence did. So that's an example of him picking somebody that would help him. And then number three, when we say every single judge ruled against him, they did in the election fraud case. But Judge Cannon in Florida basically tossed his entire case in Mar-a-Lago and at the very least has succeeded in delaying it past the election. So that's not true either.
Yeah. So you could argue that they sided with him on like presidential immunity stuff, but that's literally written into the Constitution.
It's
like that's
literally not. It's literally not written. I promise you, it's not.
Job is to rule upon the Constitution, but when you look at like actual rejection of election-related cases, in December 11th, according to BBC, they federal courts refused to hear his cases. AP in February 22nd, 2021, they refused to hear his cases. And NBC reported on March 8th, 2021, that the final election challenge was rejected by federal courts. All Trump appointees, by the way. In addition, 9 judges that he appointed in 2020 also refused to hear specifically like ballot disputes, right?
On election fraud, yes. But for the criminal immunity, that's not in the Constitution. The Supreme Court invented that for Trump, for Donald Trump.
But again, your argument seems to be that our institutions are strong enough to withstand someone like Trump. But my question is, how do you justify allowing someone to come in and check those institutions and actually stress them and see how far these checks and balances actually go to constrain him?
Well, first of all, prior to your question, you were like, well, I'm not saying democracy is going to end. I'm just saying it's going to be chipped away.
So
you got to kind of commit to your argument, because if you're saying it's not going to end, then you kind of agree with me in that regard, that the institutions are well suited to hold up to whatever challenges, real or imagined, that Trump will bring up. So it seems a little weaselly for you to back off of the premise of the debate by saying like, oh, well, he might chip away at our institutions. I mean, you could argue that prosecuting your political opponent is chipping away at our institutions. You could argue that using new interpretations or setting up test cases in order to set up for a future prosecution against a former president is a chip at our institutions and at the norms that we're typically used to in the United States of America. You know, the things that ultimately ended up leading to that immunity decision from the Supreme Court. That's not really the end of democracy. I don't think that our system was destroyed over the last 4 years under the Biden administration. So, like, I think you got to either commit, like Steven actually is, to some kind of crazy plot that Trump's going to overthrow our entire system of government or not.
Also, hold on. Prosecuting political opponents.
Well,
Biden is not prosecuting political opponents. I don't know what that has to do with. I think that we have a system of criminal law in this country, and upholding the system of criminal law is one of our institutions. The judicial courts, are part of the institutions of the United States. It's one of the 3 branches of government. So the idea that a court or a prosecutor saying that Donald Trump's committed crimes and then having him stand trial in court is an upholding of our institutions. It's not a violation of them.
I also reject your absolutist take here. You're saying that there's no middle ground. That I will tell you, during the Trump era, my faith in our institutions actually went up. It made me appreciate our institutions in a way that I didn't before because they so sufficiently checked him. What I'm saying is that you don't necessarily need to make the case that democracy itself is going to end on January 20th, 2025 if he's elected. I'm saying he can do sufficient damage to our institutions during his time in office, such that it would be the case later on that it would be even easier to chip away at a later date. I don't understand why you're forcing me to take
really on the ballot. You agree to the premise of this debate is democracy on the ballot, meaning this election will decide whether or not democracy continues. That's the premise of this debate that you agreed to.
That's a strict interpretation.
Yeah, okay. So Buddy over here, top left guy, is just going to argue that, like, on the strictest, most autistic basis of this argument of all time, Actual Justice Warrior is going to probably do the same thing, and we're just going to be deadlocked in this insanely strict, insane, stupid fucking deadlock of, like, you literally, wait, if you don't think that the moment Trump gets elected, democracy doesn't end in exactly 4 years' time, then you're wrong.
Of what we're talking about here. I think you can make the case that democracy is in peril with someone like Donald Trump taking office, even if it means what it could potentially mean down the line.
The premise is,
so I don't interpret that premise the same way that you do.
It's not vague at all.
No, I'm saying democracy can be on the ballot, and you can make that case by pointing to the many times that he stress tested our system and the fact that he will do it again.
I'm fine.
I mean, it seems, again, it's like democracy is not on the ballot, but it is on the ballot when it's convenient in this way. It's like, I don't know what exactly I'm arguing against.
I don't know if it's going to be like literally the end of democracy, but we know that he tried to end it his first time. I have no idea like what he has in mind in terms of what he wants to do down the line. I know that he tried to end the Democratic project the first time he was in office. So I'm not saying that's entirely off the table. I'm saying that is possible, but there's also these considerations over here. How do you two justify seeing what he did? You both seem intelligent, informed. How do you justify watching what he did in the months leading into January 6th and watch what he did on January 6th and decide to yourself, you know what, I'm okay with like giving him another chance to do something similar should he want to do that? How do you justify that?
I think the premise of the debate is not, are we voting for Trump or not? I think the premise of the debate is democracy on the ballot, which puts the burden of proof to prove that democracy is on the ballot to you, right? We're not claiming that, like, we justify what Trump did, or we're not trying to justify what Trump did.
Yeah,
right?
now they have to sit here and not defend Trump at all because of the strict definition of this fucking title, and now it's boring. Thanks, Dylan.
Things, but that doesn't mean that democracy is on the ballot. There's no way that our institutions won't withstand whatever like Trump throws at them, right? We have checks and balances.
Because they're all just going to bounce. They're going to bounce every single fucking thing off of, well, we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about, is democracy on the table or not? And I don't think it is. So you have to prove to me that it is on the table. Oh, he tried to do it before. Well, that doesn't mean he's going to do it in the future. Okay.
In the country, and anything he tries to do to deteriorate away from those checks and balances, I believe, will be checked by those very checks and balances.
He's just
just hold on real quick. Democracy is on the ballot, and you are definitionally incorrect. We've lost some of those checks and balances. One of them is the criminal prosecution of the president of the United States. Most people would agree, most reasonable people would agree, the president probably shouldn't be able to commit crimes while he's in office because criminal law is important. The public has an interest in not seeing criminals committing crimes, especially the president of the United States. The judiciary judiciary is a check that we have lost, essentially, on the president. So that's one check that's completely gone. Republicans have shown that they are willing to sycophantically support Donald Trump in basically whatever he wants to do. That's why on January 6th, he had 11 senators, plus I think Jim Jordan, a representative, that was willing to go along with his contesting the election, contesting the certification of the results. So that shows that the legislature is somewhat compromised as well. And then you've got the president of the United States, who is going to be, or who would be Donald Trump, who believes, I guess, in the unitary executive theory, where he thinks that he can go and he can talk to whoever he wants in whatever department he wants and fire and hire whoever he wants in order to get them to do whatever he wants. So it kind of seems like he wants to just be one man that rules everything. So in terms of checks and balances existing, seems like those aren't doing too hot right now with the way that Donald Trump wants to run things. And if you talk about the Constitution, which should be your ultimate check, Donald Trump says that he wants to terminate the Constitution when it's convenient to him. So I don't see how we're so confident that our checks and balances would survive another term of Trump when he already succeeded in eroding like 1.5 of them.
Yeah, Destiny, do you seriously think that Trump is going to terminate the Constitution and be successful in doing that?
I wouldn't have seriously thought that Donald Trump would try to rig the election, and I wouldn't think that 75% of Republicans today would still believe that the last election was stolen. So, I mean, I wouldn't think either of those things too, but...
Destiny, that's not the question I asked you. Like, do you actually believe that Donald Trump is going to, like, rescind the Constitution successfully?
I think he would want to, yes. Would he have the ability to do so? I'm not sure. I don't know right now.
Well, that's the question. It's like,
Yeah, but okay. He could get into office through political action, through core powers of the president, assassinate the rest of the fucking Supreme Court, and then they anoint him God King Emperor. Like, what the fuck do you want? I don't. Snow. Do I have a lot of snow here? I think it's a lot of forest and not winter. It's not like specific. Like, I mean, I have the Alps here, but I don't think all of this is like always in snow, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking about a game.
Would Trump have the ability to like overthrow democracy in the country? That's the crux of the debate. Again, like even you're not sure that he's going to rescind the Constitution, but you keep citing it over and over again as like a talking point against.
The question is democracy on the ballot? With Barack Obama, closing Guantanamo Bay was on the ballot. Yes, but he didn't do it. I mean, because he wasn't able to do it. What is the question? You're not asking me something on the ballot. You're asking, can you say with 100% certainty that in the future this particular thing will happen? Nobody knows that about what's on the ballot. That's not how voting works. What do you mean?
But with the Guantanamo Bay thing you're talking about, right? Like this was like a stated presidential goal. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So is overthrowing democracy a stated presidential goal from Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, well, the Constitution thing, sure. It's not a state. Like, it's not. He's not running on this, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, he is.
Like,
yes, he is.
No, he's not.
When the president says that I would arrest people,
I would be a dictator on day one
for burning the flag. It's a violation of the First Amendment. The amendments are part of the Constitution, by the way.
Right.
When the president says that he would suspend the Constitution, he would terminate the Constitution in order to go after voter fraud. That's kind of an attack on democracy. Yes, he said he would do that. He said he'd be a dictator on day one. Like, what? How am I supposed to read that?
We have to get past the election. We have to get past the election first. Do my co-panelists here? Are you guys 100% confident that he's not going to engage in some kind of similar scheme to 2020? Are you guys confident that he's not going to try to influence election officials all over the country to circumvent the will of the voters like he did in 2020? Are you guys 100% confident he's not going to do that again?
You're changing the parameters of the debate, but that's fine. But to Steven's point about, he wants to arrest people he said he wants to arrest people for burning the American flag. He said that in 2016. When he was running then. He said that for long periods of time in his life. And when he was in office, he did absolutely nothing to forward those goals. And you also say, this presidential immunity, it doesn't exist. People don't want the president to commit crimes and all that. Well, I happen to remember when Barack Obama actually murdered an American citizen abroad, Abdul al-Awlaki. And Eric Holder, his attorney general, our top law enforcement officer, looked directly into the camera and he said, due process doesn't necessarily mean judicial process. So unlike Bill Barr, who didn't side with Trump in that particular instance, Eric Holder absolutely did, and yet our government still stands, despite the fact that Obama not only did that for him, who, by the way, very likely, he was a propagandist for Al-Qaeda, very likely betrayed our country, although you could try somebody in absentia. Obama didn't bother to do that. But then again, his son, who was 16 years old, was also killed, an American citizen, in another country by Obama. And again, it was under the same justification that due process doesn't equal judicial process. The difference between your flag quote and Eric Holder and Obama's actions is that Trump was in office. He did nothing about the American flag. But what we saw from the Obama administration is that they did claim and receive that power to kill Americans abroad that they deemed to be terrorists. And again, even this is not enough to be so hyperbolic and say, oh my God,
No?
democracy's quite literally on the ballot for our side.
One, Trump did try to do things to further those goals. He just didn't realize how any part of the government works because Donald Trump's a fucking moron. So initially, he thought that if he just appointed people that were strong Republicans that supported him, that they would support him in basically doing whatever he wanted them to do. That's why so many people resigned in the final days. That's why he thought that he could get Barr to go along with any plot that he wanted to. And Barr, who was a Trump loyalist through and through, eventually had to call it quits and ended up resigning. When you talk about comparing Barack Obama, trying to see if he can assassinate an American citizen or not, the question was does the president have the ability to order certain types of military strikes or assassinations on U.S. citizens? The process that Obama went through wasn't going to the Supreme Court saying, I need criminal immunity in case I want to commit crimes. It was going to the Office of Legal Counsel, and it was seeing if he thought that the President of the United States had the authority to do this and if it was in the legal clear. He never said that I'm beyond judicial review. He never asked for any amending to the Constitution, and he certainly didn't ask Congress to protect him and shield him from the liability of any of his actions. So, no, it's not even remotely comparable. If Donald Trump would have gone to
he just presumed that he had the ability to do that.
What does presume mean?
When you talk about legal counsel, those are his lawyers to come up
No,
with the
you're
justification.
dead wrong. You're completely wrong. You misunderstand completely the structure of government. The OLC, the White House counsels, those are not his personal lawyers. Personal lawyers would be people like Giuliani.
Lawyers, but
they're not. They're not his lawyers. They're the president of the United States lawyers, and it's for his. But there's an important distinction. For instance, when you say Donald Trump's lawyers, like Sidney Powell and Giuliani and Eastman, these people aren't affiliated with government. These are his personal lawyers that serve at his personal pleasure for his personal gain and benefit. When Barack Obama goes to the Office of Legal Counsel, when he confers with his Attorney General for the DOJ, he's trying to ensure that he's doing his best to stay within the bounds of the law. Donald Trump wants to change the law. Barack Obama didn't go to the Supreme Court and ask for permission to kill somebody. Donald Trump went to the Supreme Court and asked for criminal immunity so they can do what he wants.
But you actually should change the law, and he didn't ask for criminal immunity to do what he wants. He petitioned for criminal immunity because he was faced with prosecutions after he left office. He wasn't in power when he did that. Obama used the White House counsel to justify granting himself new powers, like you said, without changing a law, without consulting the judicial branch. And he just did it. He invented it whole cloth. And there was presumed immunity when he did it because he never feared any kind of prosecution for that.
Obama, I could kill us. It's so easy. You said Barack Obama didn't fear any kind of prosecution. Then why even go to the OLC?
To get some kind of basic legal justification.
Wait. Why would he need a justification? The fact that you're saying this, and you're smarter, you know this. You went to school for criminal law, right? Why would I go and talk to a lawyer if I never thought that I would ever be criminally liable? You wouldn't do that.
Lawyers do everything.
What?
Like Trump talked to lawyers before he did the January 6th stuff. He
Wrong.
consulted with lawyers.
He asked lawyers to help him scheme and plot, and they said that it wouldn't work, and so he found other ones that would say he would. Barack Obama didn't go to the OLC, get a disfavorable opinion, and then find a new lawyer to tell him otherwise. It's absolutely not even remotely comparable.
Well, his White House lawyers gave him whatever paper thin justification he needed right from the jump, so he didn't have to get a
If the justification was paper thin, then why didn't anybody with standing bring a case to the Supreme Court and have it overruled? Or why didn't Congress legislate and create a new statute to limit the powers of the executive if they felt like it was over the line? It seems like every other branch of government disagrees with you, so I don't know. I don't know what your evidence is for the fact that the justification wasn't good.
The justification is that he didn't have to seek any due process, try somebody in absentia. Like, we have precedent for this. If you're going to accuse somebody of treason, which is providing aid and comfort to our enemies, that's actually a crime in the Constitution that you would actually have to prosecute. He just executed this guy.
The guy wasn't on American soil. He didn't just execute the dude. Full stop. He was operating in his function as the commander-in-chief
of the German Reich.
The Supreme Court has ruled that the Constitution goes wherever the U.S. government goes. Also, we are getting off the topic at hand, which is, of course, you presenting the case that Trump is going to end democracy.
Yes, he tried to end democracy. He failed, generally because Pence stood between him and democracy. And now he's picked a vice president, a new one, not the same one that he had before, who wouldn't stand between him and democracy, but he'd help him. He'd be his crony. So, yeah, I think that's pretty scary.
I would like to go back to the question that I asked before, because I do think it's relevant. I do think it's relevant to the topic. Sorry, Cam, what?
I was asking Destiny how he knows that JD Vance is going to follow him into the pits of hell and contest elections with him.
Because JD Vance said explicitly that he would have gone with him in his 2020 plot and refused to certify the electoral vote.
Where did he say that? When did he say that?
I think a couple weeks ago, or maybe even before that.
Yeah. Does anybody? I hate to contribute to the debate, but he said it during the VP like race process. He went on one of the channel news stations and he asked, "And would you do what VP like Pence wouldn't do?" And he said, "Yes, he would."
Going back to the question that I asked before, you said that it was changing the parameters of the debate for me to ask the question of, are you confident that Trump isn't going to try to scheme and try to subvert the will of the voters again in 2024? But I don't think it's moving away from the topic whatsoever. If he is ultimately successful in doing that, that will be the end of democracy. If he subverts the will of millions of voters, if he somehow finds enough loyalists to get it done this time, that would be the end of the American democratic experiment. And who the fuck knows where we go from there? So I think the question is relevant. Do you feel confident that he's not going to try to do something similar?
We don't have to prove that to like be on the winning side of this argument. The burden of proof is on you to prove that democracy is on the ballot, okay? That seems to be, Destiny has no problem staying on that topic, apparently. You are the only one who wants to deviate from it, okay?
Wait.
If Trump try to do anything,
if Trump steals this election,
you have to prove that he's going to be successful in doing something.
If Trump steals this election, would that be the end of American democracy?
If he steals the election,
yes.
Sure, yeah.
So, I mean, I guess if he gets VP
Harris, he's not president though.
If he gets VP Harris to not certify the election, then I guess.
No, we're talking about corruptly influencing election officials all over the country. You have no idea how many loyalists have been installed in counties and districts all over the country.
Why didn't they come through for him in 2020 then?
A lot of them tried to.
A lot of them tried to. There wasn't enough.
It didn't work, did it? It didn't work
because
there wasn't enough of them.
If you're honest with yourself, you would say, he's probably going to try to do something again. And the fact that you guys don't see
not
this
going
as
to,
an
I'm just
issue.
telling you that I don't need to prove that he's not going to win this argument. You have to prove that he's going to, and he's going to be successful to win this argument.
How is that even
You're also saying,
possible?
Democracy's on the ballot, but also even if you vote for Kamala, then democracy's at risk because he's scheming. So even in that scenario, it's not really on the ballot because you're saying it's the outcome from both scenarios. Also, is it your contention that if Trump's plot to not certify the election, throw it to the House of Representatives would have occurred, that would be the end of American democracy? This is the unprecedented thing that would obliterate our system?
Nobody knows. The risk was there, though. Nobody has any idea what would have happened. Nobody has any idea what would have happened if Pence went along with his scheme. Nobody knows. Absolutely no. It would have been.
Let's say he went along and didn't certify. They throw it to the House of Representatives, and the House of Representatives ends up voting that Trump won the election. Do you think that's the end of our democratic system?
I think that, yes, the American democracy that has been meaningfully and forever altered, that a president was able to choose himself, entrench his own power, and circumvent the actual will of the people and the vote of the people, yes.
So, it's unprecedented, never happened before, definitely would end our system for sure.
Would it end our entire system? I don't think that life would end. I don't think the planet would be destroyed,
system,
and the country would probably.
Democratic system.
If we consider electing the president as one of the cornerstones of our democracy, then that thing has been severely damaged and potentially ended. Sure, yeah.
But
what if Trump? Of course, a cornerstone. It's of course a pillar of democracy.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's important for sure. But what if Trump was able to successfully send Republicans to various swing states and then get them to throw out ballots from Democrats because of fraud and flip those states in order to be in his camp? What if he did it to 4 states?
I mean, if he found actual fraud, then.
Fraud.
Well, no, whether it was Republicans that went down in what should have been a nonpartisan process. If he was able to do that, would that have definitely ended our system?
That would end the American democratic project as we know it, and it would be something else after that. That doesn't mean that it would get rid of every democratic aspect moving forward, but that would be the end of the current project that we're in right now. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, definitely. I 100% disagree with that because
that
already.
Well, I think.
That already happened in the Hayes election. 3 Republicans, the Ulysses Grant's government, sent down their own people to toss out ballots from 4 states in order to get Hayes certified as the winner of the election. And then there's the Hayes Compromise, which is quite famous in our country, where the Democrats ended up giving up the presidential election that they likely would have won in order to get Union troops being pulled out of the government. So we're still considered a democracy according to you guys up until now, and that was the election of 1876. So I'm guessing even that wouldn't destroy our system.
Okay, I'm calling it as a W here then. Because now the debate has shifted to democracy is on the ballot, but is there a 1% chance or 100% chance that it would end? If we're going to argue over like the percentage chance, I mean, we're never going to be able to agree on that. But like, I'm content with like, if this is where we're at, we're like, yeah, he would definitely threaten it. There's definitely like a huge risk. We just don't know like the percentage chance of him being successful. I'm content with that.
I don't know what he's going to do without even the powers of the president.
Well, the question would be, do we agree that he threatened democracy on his last term? Do we agree with that?
I think he tried to scheme in order to get the election, and he went further than we've seen in a very long time, and it was not great.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. I want to hear. I have to hear. I'm going to call moderator. I want an answer to that from both people. Did Donald Trump threaten democracy for his last electoral term with the way that he tried to choose who was going to win the presidency? I want an answer from both people.
No.
Oh my God!
Well, what was the answer?
As well?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that he deployed some like esoteric, like legal bullshit, and it didn't work. And democracy still exists. And I think that, as Sean pointed out, random esoteric legal schemes like this have been deployed in the past, and democracy continued to exist. We're not shifting the debate to a different topic. We never conceded that Trump is
like. So yes or no. What are we at?
Overthrow democracy. So we're still holding you to like you have to prove that he's going to overthrow democracy. Obviously, it's the premise of the debate.
Wait. Okay. So do we think he did or he didn't? Like, was he with threat? Did he threaten democracy in his last presidential term or no?
No. I would say absolutely not.
Okay, so we both say no. Okay, so we think that it was okay. You both think you're both on board. You think it was okay. It was within the bounds of what's acceptable in our system, a good faith interpretation of our laws, of our structure, of our order, for Donald Trump to try to illegitimately insert false electors and have the vice president switch the results of the election. We think that that's an okay thing.
You're just like deploying a false dichotomy, right? We never said that because it wasn't a threat to democracy that it was necessarily a good thing, right? Neither of us actually.
When I say a good thing, I'm sorry.
Thing, right?
When I say good,
never said that it was a good thing.
Okay. When I say good, I mean good as in it comports with the best faith interpretation of our system. Do we think that this is
we don't have to agree to that either. We can say that it's a bad faith interpretation of the system, but that doesn't mean that it's a threat to democracy. Saying that it's not a threat to democracy does not imply that we think it's a good faith attempt.
Okay, wait. Do you think the vice president trying to change the results of the election? Do you think that is a threat to our democracy? Do you think that's democratic?
Wait. I never said that it was. Again, I
didn't say good. You're on the last one. I'm asking you, with the vice president being told by the president to pick him as the leader again, to make him win the election, is that an attack on our democracy, or would that be acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have to like say that it's not an attack on democracy, but as Sean pointed out, that it's happened in the past and democracy still exists.
That's not what I'm asking.
That specific attack, as you put it, did not overthrow democracy. If it was successful, it wouldn't have overthrown democracy. We would have still had democracy. And like, you can talk about like bad faith. Like politicians act in bad faith all the time.
No,
right?
they don't.
Like,
nope, not like this. You're wrong.
Oh yeah, they do.
Nope.
Absolutely, they do. The Inflation Reduction Act is bad faith.
That has absolutely. Oh my God! Don't even go there. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't want to deflect a different policy.
I will say AJW Hutch did try to interject first, so I do want to give him a chance to talk. Okay. Then we'll go back to you, and then I have a question for everybody.
Well, I was going to say to Cam, when you say like he deployed some esoteric, what exactly did you say there?
Yeah, like I'm gonna think that he probably did pretty much the same thing they did to him, but he did it first, right? He deployed some like esoteric legal theory and tried to like find loopholes so that he could remain in office. I don't have to concede.
When you say that he did the same thing that was done to him, are you referring to people that were in the congressional halls on January 6th in 2016 when Biden was certifying the election? What are you equating that with?
What do you mean? What am I equating that with?
You said that he did the same thing to them that they did to him. What do you mean by that?
I think that Democrats, like in their own states, have deployed like esoteric legal theories against Trump. Yeah, for sure. But that's just a passing comment, right? I don't have to like I don't know what you're saying. Like, why are you talking about January 6th?
Well, when have you ever seen a Democrat politician engage in the months-long sort of scheming that Trump was in a multi-pronged effort in like several swing states? And then incite a mob to storm the Capitol and then watch them for 3 hours before asking them to leave. Have you ever seen a Democrat do anything like that before?
So I'm going to fundamentally reject the idea that he incited the mob, first of all. Second of all, like I don't need to like show you that Democrats have done this to like the same extent, right? But Democrats have actually absolutely contested elections. Al Gore did it. John Kerry did it.
Contested the election versus like...
Those contested elections, those happened in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said no and then it ended. That was it.
Wait. No. I'm not.
Those are not the
talking
same
about,
levels
legal
of
proceedings. I'm
contesting
talking
the
about,
election.
Like rhetoric. Like John.
We're not
Kerry
talking.
went
No
on a
one
full
cares
tour
about rhetoric. We're talking about Donald Trump scheming, involving officials, involving
Destiny, he brought
unofficial
up
people.
incitement.
Yes, that was part of what happened on
was in
January
response
6th.
to
He
a comment
incited a
about
riot.
incitement.
Yes, that's what happened. Yes.
He didn't incite a riot. He did not incite
He
a riot.
did.
His entire campaign was run on like, look at the BLM people. They're rioting, and we're the party or the ticket of law and order.
That didn't happen. Yeah, but what happened on January 6th? That wasn't law and order, was it? It was an insurrection.
No shit, it wasn't law and order, Destiny. Nobody said that it was law and order, but you have to prove that that's what Trump wanted them to do.
You can just look at his actions. The evidence while it's happening is Donald Trump sat and watched TV. He didn't do anything to call any of the people off. He wouldn't make a tweet to tell the people to go home.
All right, let's go through the timeline. Let's go through the timeline, Destiny.
Let's go through the timeline.
Let's go through the timeline real quick. Let's go through the timeline.
Sure.
12:53 p.m., 19 minutes before Trump ended his speech, rioters overran the perimeter. At 2 p.m., the Capitol went on lockdown as the first rioters breached the building. At 2:38, Trump tweeted, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." This was 2 hours after the perimeter ran, but only 38 minutes, roughly, according to CNN, after they first breached the building. Okay, around 2:45
Hold on, wait.
p.m.
Do you think that? Wait. Do you think? Hold on, wait. Do you want to go through the? Hold on. Do you want to go through the timeline or not? Wait. Do you want to go? Do you want to go through? Do you want to go through the timeline? Do you want to go? Wait. Let's go through the timeline. Hold on. Why would you tweet? Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful if they're not peaceful. They haven't been peaceful for an hour and a half.
Encouraging them to be peaceful.
While they're already rioting? Peaceful? What are you talking about? They're not peaceful. They've already broken in.
De-escalate, Destiny.
No. If the goal was to de-escalate,
So
why was Ivanka?
people,
Why was his son? Why were lawmakers? Why was everybody calling Donald Trump saying,
Destiny,
please call these people off?
Destiny, you asked me a question. Now I'm going to answer the question. So why might Trump tweet, "Remain peaceful and respect our law enforcement," while his people that he has immense influence over are actively like fighting against police officers and being violent?
Because he's trying to take advantage of the violence. He wanted them to do it.
I can't hear anything. I would like to have Destiny respond, and then I do want to go to actual Justice Warrior because he's been waiting patiently.
He wanted them to be violent. Also, you very conveniently skipped over that at around 2:15, people were outside saying, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," as they were already broken through the restricted zone. And then at 2:24, Donald Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts. The USA demands the truth." Do you agree that tweet was encouraging the violence that was already going on?
I don't think I'm making it. All right.
No. Do you have any evidence that Trump knew about the like hanging thing? And also, if I one second. Also, if I put on I don't know, a Kamala Harris 2024 hat and I go and put up like a gallows of JD Vance, does that immediately implicate Kamala Harris?
No, but if Kamala Harris saw it and if Kamala Harris saw it and she was sitting there watching it on TV as it was happening and she sat and watched TV for 3 hours while BLM people broke into the Capitol building, and when people came up to her, they were begging her to call them off or begging her to make them stop. She was like, "You know what? Maybe they deserve it. Fuck them." Then I'd say, "You know what? Kind of seems like she does want that to happen."
Destiny, you're making the connection that Trump was watching TV.
He was.
Actual Justice has been waiting for a little bit, so I do want to throw it over to him.
Yeah, nobody disputes that there was actually, I shouldn't say nobody. Nobody here disputes that there was a riot on the Capitol on January 6th, but the idea that Trump incited it by telling them to go over and peacefully protest.
He never said that.
Okay, well, at the end of his speech, he did.
No, he didn't. He said that 20 minutes into the speech. He said, "I know you'll be marching peacefully." That wasn't anywhere near the end of his speech. The speech was about an hour and 15 minutes long. It is whatever, because the last things he said were, "We're going to fight like hell."
You win greatest factoid award.
I know. Being factually correct isn't really popular with conservatives, but we kind of like to do it sometimes. I know.
It's fine. Whatever. That's fine. Anyway, so... yeah, the plan was, again, for anybody who wasn't paying attention, and it's a dumb plan, it was based on an insane interpretation of the Electoral Count Act, was for these people to protest at the Capitol and put pressure on officials to not certify the election so that it could be kicked to the Congress, which they would then vote based on one vote per state, and the Republicans had more majorities in more states in order to give him the election. The idea that the plan was for them to riot and like threaten to kill people and all that is just not true. It's ridiculous. And
when you look at the time,
Trump's goal was to take the government by force, he probably wouldn't send a bunch of absolute idiots into the Capitol to do so. He might think about using his power as commander-in-chief to order the military to do that. So yeah, like, he encouraged people to protest. He encouraged them to advocate for an insanely stupid interpretation of the Electoral Count Act. We haven't even gotten into his interpretation of how you can do alternate electors, which were fraudulent electors. All of that was horrible stuff. For sure.
Yeah, so just to be clear, there was no
inexcusable stuff.
there wasn't
All
it wasn't
that is
it was
illegal stuff from his legal team, and he should not have done that. That being said, this was not the end of democracy, and the idea that he planned to have them steal Nancy Pelosi's podium to take the presidency is ridiculous.
Nobody's saying that he specifically wanted them to break into Nancy Pelosi's office. What we're saying is, and Cam, you left something out of your timeline. He arrived at the White House at 1:20 p.m. He went into the White House dining room at 1:25 p.m. He did put out 2 tepid tweets as cops were being brutalized and they were breaking into the Capitol. He put out 2 tepid tweets saying, stay peaceful during a riot while people were literally dying. And it took him almost 3 hours to come out with almost 3 hours to come out with a statement asking them to go home. And this was after he had several aides and family members begging him to make a post asking them to leave. He refused to do it for 3 hours.
So wait, before we go to anybody responding, Lauren Southern has just messaged the staff here, and apparently she wants back in. She wants back in.
Thank God.
But because, of course, she dropped out and now she wants back in, I need to ask the people on here, because it's your guys' show.
Please let her in,
Yes.
because
Do you
it
want
is
her
so
back?
lame and boring.
I'm okay.
I'm fine with that.
Cam?
Sure.
Okay. Danabo, you heard him. You guys can continue.
We keep saying interpretation of ECA also. This wasn't an interpretation of the ECA. It was saying we don't think the ECA is legal, so we're just going to ignore the ECA. That was the quote-unquote interpretation. Okay.
No, the interpretation was that the vice president can certify it, therefore he can not certify the election and then throw it to the Congress.
No,
So that was the whole point.
No. The whole point was him saying that the ECA is not legal. We don't believe in the ECA. That was the whole point. That's why every time they say constitutional, they refer to the 12th Amendment. They're saying that they think that the 12th Amendment supersedes the ECA, and the ECA is unconstitutional.
I'm so curious why Lauren says you want
Pence
back in.
had his own White House counsel that told him, you cannot do this. This is not an option. And Pence tried to communicate this to Trump over and over and over and over again, and it just didn't get through. Trump was asking him to do something that Pence's own lawyers were telling him, this is unconstitutional. You do not have that option.
Also, hold on. Just by definition, definitionally, if Trump would have succeeded and would have stayed in office, and then now he's about to leave office, would you be saying then that it wasn't a threat to democracy and democracy didn't end?
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I said for the Hayes election. It didn't end.
Okay, wait. So then, so we can say that even if the president would have flipped the election and stay in office, democracy. So what would be the counting of ending democracy to you then? Do we have to show that it's going to be like an apocalypse?
Yeah.
I mean, presumably there would be another election in that scenario. A lot of people argued that Gore won Florida and that Bush was installed by the Supreme Court with a ridiculous decision that they said was not precedent.
That didn't answer my question at all.
I'm saying withhold that.
It's probably going to be precedent that there's not elections in the future, or that Trump is choosing who gets to be elected, or that executive members of the government are choosing who gets elected. I've heard you call Trump a dictator 100 times on your stream.
Yep, because he says things. Because he talks like a dictator. Yeah, because he says things like a dictator, right? When Trump says a massive fraud of this type of magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that's dictator talk. And when Donald Trump says, I would be a dictator on day one, that's dictator talk.
Oh, come on, Destiny. That was a joke, and you know it.
I do want to ask. I've been waiting to ask this question. I hate to cut off here, but this is something that's been on my mind. So there seems to be a divide about one side saying you have to prove 100% that this election is going to be the end of democracy. If democracy is on the ballot, then Trump wins and democracy is over. That's what we would have to prove. The other side seems to be saying, well, we can't prove that 100%. We can't know the future, but that it's at risk. If there was say some other country and there was a person who got elected and then they degraded institutions and then further elections, it got worse and worse and worse. Would we not say that election where that person started that process was a threat to democracy? I know you'd have to look back, but the question is, does it have to be an all or nothing?
He's about to say move the goalposts.
No. I'm happy to move the goalpost. If we want to talk about like threats to democracy rather than democracy ending and democracy being on the ballot, I'll take like a point blank concession.
Bro's like, I'll concede this argument if literally the word democracy, yes or no, is on the ballot next year.
Okay, wait. So just curious. Let's say Donald Trump finds a way to appoint his son as the next president, but like everything else continues as normal. Would we say that the democracy ended, or is it still democracy?
If he appointed his son the next president,
yeah,
then that would be the end of our like electoral system.
What's the difference between him appointing his son versus him like flipping and choosing himself as the winner after January 6th?
Well, if you're doing like a contested election where we have a process for it, which, but again, I don't.
Wait, it wasn't a contested election and the process was exhausted. That's not what happened.
First of all,
that's not
it
what
was
happened.
literally like. Did Trump have a good case? No, but was it contested? Yeah. That's
No,
what all
it was settled. No, and they were settled. It was over. There wasn't.
If I just say I didn't like win, does that mean it's contested? Like,
no big contestment.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna argue over the definition of contested, but that's different from saying my son is the president after me. Like, do you not understand that?
No, I don't at all. Yeah, explain it to me. What's the difference? Donald Trump lost the election fair and square. The Americans and the states voted against him, and then he tried to change that outcome in the Congress. Why would it be different if he did it for him or for his son?
If you appoint your son, you're saying if his son was on the ballot and then he lost, and then they had like the same argument, and then they ended up using this technique to get his son.
You're focused too much on the technique. You seem to be saying that even if the president was elected illegitimately, if he appointed himself the next ruler, you're saying democracy isn't over. So in that case, I'm just wondering what
the specifics matter.
So if you violate the election and you choose unilaterally to make yourself the next president or make somebody else the next president, you're saying democracy isn't over.
It depends on what. So you're saying if Don Jr. runs like Trump did and ends up in the same situation, and then that plot actually works, is that what you're asking, or are you just saying he comes into, like, he just appoints his son the next president?
I'm saying let's say he's president this time. Let's say that his son runs, and let's say that his son loses the election, but he runs the same scheme, and he manages to make it so that so that his son actually wins because this time JD Vance goes along with it.
Why the fuck is Josiah? I mean, hi,
democracy, or what is that?
Okay, quickly, we've also added pondering in order to balance it out because hippy dippy, it's supposed to have a balance, 3v3. If it's Cam Higby and actual, it just that's the reason why he's.
Oh God, I mean,
welcome in here, brother.
What up?
Lauren, nice to meet you. We've never spoke.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you.
Do you have any thoughts?
Please move the mic. Close your face.
I haven't been listening. I've been trying to figure out facts. I'm gonna have to catch up on what's going on, but I'm sure all the liberals are incorrect here.
I'm happy you could make it. I'm happy we're getting. Man, it's a 3v3 now. Now it's an even bigger event. Huzzah!
I'm just curious. What is the minimum threshold then from the other side? Since apparently the president unilaterally deciding that he's going to remain president, that's not destroying democracy. What is like our minimum threshold that we're looking at here for like major threat to democracy?
Sorry, can you explain, since I just got in here, what do you mean by the president unilaterally deciding he's going to remain president?
So Sean and Camby seem to be of the impression that if the president were to find a way to remain president and circumvent the will of the voters, that wouldn't actually be the end of democracy or a threat to democracy. So we're trying to figure out like, well, what exactly is what would we have to?
This is like a hypothetical.
Yes.
Not okay.
Yeah, he's just trying to establish the threshold, what constitutes a threat to democracy.
Wait, Sean, what's your argument there? Because I think...
First of all, they keep saying threat to democracy. Like they're the ones who are saying democracy's on the ballot, that it's going to end if Trump were to win. Now Steven's asking this question, but he won't clarify exactly how, like, his son is supposed to be the president.
Never mind, Lauren's going to leave again and be like, oh, you guys have a retarded argument to buy.
To his son, then yes, that would be a monarchy, and that would be the end of democracy.
So I could be talking out my ass. I don't know if Dylan sent you.
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, wait, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, I need to clarify. The process doesn't matter. The question is very simple.
It actually does matter.
No, hold on. The thing is if the leader chooses the next leader in opposition to what the people choose, it doesn't matter how. We're assuming some extra legal manner, okay? So if the leader chooses the next leader against the will of the people, you seem to be saying that that's not really a threat to democracy, as long as like the presidential election the next time goes back to normal.
Well, the end of democracy.
So what do we have to prove here? That democracy is ending? If democracy is on the ballot...
I want to know what the method that Trump's going to overthrow democracy is, because you're saying January 6th, but he can't even.
No,
be
no, no.
on the
You're
ballot.
avoiding. You're not. We're not talking about the method. We
You
don't
just
even
asked
know.
me a separate question, and now you're like you're avoiding this other point when
No,
I just
the
asked.
okay, wait, hold on, wait. I want to appeal.
why should we have to explain that?
No, I want to appeal to the moderator. To Dylan, tell me, okay, because now it seems like we have an unpassable bar because we've said that what if the president finds a way to remain in power, and they're saying, oh well, even if that would happen, that doesn't seem to necessarily be a threat to democracy. Even if he does it with extra legal whatever means, as long as it goes back to normal afterwards. So I don't even know what the threshold is of what we're trying to prove now.
Well, I mean, are you asking me like what the question? What was my intent with the question? Is that
No?
what
Make
you're
them
asking?
define it.
Clarify. Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to define it? And then after we're gonna go to pondering.
Who are you talking to, Dylan?
I was asking actual justice for you.
As everybody
That's
said,
just you. That's just you, Sean. He was talking to you. He says, "Do you want to define it?"
Oh, define what? I wasn't listening.
The end of democracy.
Oh, so first of all, yes, like in terms of a threat, which is not what we're talking about, yes, this would be a problem because
Lauren's
it could become
realizing
a
she shouldn't have
norm.
shown up.
But again, this strategy actually worked. And you talk about handing it over to the next guy. This happened in the election of 1876. Like it led to the Hayes Compromise, which is absolutely disastrous, where they ended up sacrificing the civil liberties of Black Americans in order to get the presidency in an election that was incredibly sketchy, that most historians still say that they can't determine who won. But because that didn't become a pattern, then our system was able to endure it. So yeah, it's a risk, it's a threat. But again, you're saying democracy is on the ballot. It is going to be ended if Trump won.
Where does that follow? See, that's where I'm confused. Unless Dylan sent some sort of like clarifying email out that when I say is democracy on the ballot, I mean if Trump is elected with 100% certainty, democracy ends, as in there are no more elections. That is a ridiculously bad.
I can't even put.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me suggest. Hold on.
I can't hear anything. Pondering, you want to say that one more time?
Yeah,
we'll have one person
so
respond to it.
Again, I was an initial like invitee to this, so maybe there was like an email clarifying what the hell ballot democracy on the ballot means. But just that phrase does not at all imply that if Donald Trump is elected, it's 100% guaranteed that there will be no more future elections. It's ridiculous. Stephen gave you an example all the way back to the very fucking beginning about how President Obama campaigned on closing Guantanamo Bay. Ergo, you could say that Guantanamo Bay was on the ballot. It's still here, even though Obama was elected twice. So it's just a ridiculously bad faith interpretation because you know you can't defend.
Can I jump in here?
You know you can't defend that Donald Trump
where's
is
the campaign promise to end democracy?
Wait one second.
So now
Lawrence
it's got to be an
Southern
explicit campaign
That's
plan.
what you just cited.
I'll mute.
That's what you just cited.
No, you said that it has to be a fact.
Lawrence Southern, you wanted to respond to it, and you haven't
Thank
spoken
you.
yet, so I wanted to throw it to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, I was very clear. It was Counterpoints, Connor, that reached out to me to join this debate. And when he initially told me the subject, whether democracy was on the ballot or not, which to me seems like a pretty clear question, but I asked for clarification to him because I said, you know, I'm not sure there's going to be much disagreement here unless it is literally a black and white question of they think democracy is going to come to an end if Trump is elected. And he said, yeah, that is the debate that we're having. So that was the impression I was under when I came into here. I imagine Sean and I had a conversation yesterday about this conversation, and we were like, man, that's a pretty bizarre position, but I guess that's what they're taking. But if you're not taking that, then we are absolutely happy to have you cede the debate at this point that democracy is not
No, but the democracy is on the ballot. God, I hate these fucking. Democracy is on the ballot. It's just so stupid.
What was your interpretation? Well, hang on. I'm sorry. Just real quick. Can you clarify that? Was that your interpretation of the prompt? Because I don't think either of you will say with 100% certitude that Donald Trump will end democracy if he is elected.
Well, okay. Can I? Well, the thing. Can I clarify? I mean, I wrote the question. I guess I should clarify what I meant. If this wasn't communicated, I didn't necessarily mean that we know for 100% certain that Trump is going to end democracy. At least that's what I wrote it. That couldn't have been communicated. I just generally meant that, like, democracy, the issue of democracy, like, could it be genuinely affected by this election? For example, like the institutions that hold up our democratic world, like our democratic institutions being crippled or undermined, making it so
Why?
in
Wait, why
future
are we
elections,
doing
have
this?
elections,
Why are
they're
you
like
explaining
Hoover
this? This is retarded. Using their
Because I was asked to.
no,
It's
hold
my
on.
job.
Using their definitions, and they would all agree with this. If you were to elect literally God Emperor resurrected Stalin Hitler, and he were to destroy American democracy for 1 year, and then we were to come back and survive and be okay, they would say, oh, then that wasn't a threat. That didn't destroy democracy. That didn't destroy democracy. This is retarded. This is so stupid.
I've ever taken that position, sir.
Stalin God Hitler is going to come back and like destroy democracy for a year. Like we reject that that's going to happen, right? So like if I say abortion is on the ballot this year, what does that mean to you? To me, abortion on the ballot means that there's one party who is promising that they will ban abortion, and there's one.
Wait, yeah. Wait, how is that not the same? Can't you just say that one party's promising to make it law, and then you just go, well, they can't make it law because the Supreme Court ruled that you can't make it federal law, and then boom, gone, done.
One party that is promising they will make it accessible to people. Abortion is on the ballot. Depending on who you vote for, you will have different abortion access. If I say,
But then he'll just say that, oh, well, Donald Trump's not literally saying that he wants to literally destroy the literal thing. I'm just not going to take his word for it. Okay. Okay, bro.
democracy is on the ballot, what that means to me is that if I vote for the wrong candidate, democracy will cease to exist.
Do you think? Hold on, wait. Do you think democracy? Wait,
one second. I just want to ask. So just clarify for definitional reasons. Would that mean if somebody said abortion is on the ballot, that means like the options is abortion is gone this election, or
I don't know how much longer I can do this. There's too many people in here triggering the fuck out of me.
No, obviously not. He kind of tacitly conceded that. If abortion's on the ballot, it doesn't guarantee that if a certain person is elected, that abortion will become federal law of the land or will be outlawed. He fucking knows it, which is why he moved the goalpost a bit. Okay, sure. Abortion.
That's exactly what they're running on.
But there's also myriad pieces of legislation that could serve as like a middle ground between those two possible outcomes that you're not even like.
Here's the question: Does abortion only mean it is completely illegal in every single circumstance, or it's full term 9 month right up until the baby's completely out of the vagina, you can shoot it in the head, it's a-okay, or is there a whole middle ground?
When they say abortion, they're obviously talking about elective abortions, right? So what you do when you say that is you're creating a dichotomy that one party will give it to you, one party will take it away
there's not
from
even
you.
a dichotomy in the Democratic Party. What are you talking about? You think the entire Democratic Party?
We'll move on.
No, it's not a concession. You're being.
No, I
You're
know.
being retarded. Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that abortion? Do you think the issue? Do you think that there is a dichotomy on the issue of abortion, on the issue of gun control? Do you think there's a dichotomy on that?
When we talk about abortion colloquially, we're obviously talking about elective abortions by and large.
What do you think you mean colloquially about fucking democracy? Hello? What?
So when you say abortion on the ballot, talking about elective abortions,
is it a 6-week abortion? Is it an 8-week abortion? Is it a 10-week abortion?
This is actual retardation. Oh my god.
I wanna pull back this abortion thing for a second. All right. So like my issue, and I gave you guys a way easier out than like prove 100%.
We don't need an out.
We don't need an out.
You
guys are just retarded.
No, we don't. Your interpretation is ridiculous.
And this is what we got. So like
the fucking guy who created the prompt, Sean, disagrees with you. That's the thing. You can appeal to Lauren. I can appeal to the guy.
The author theory. Look into it. But anyway,
to be clear, wait. Let me just be clear. Like,
do you have a?
Okay. I just want to clarify. That was how I wrote the question. Like, you can still argue, like, hey, Trump 100% needs to end democracy. You need to prove that, and that's the standard I want to hold. But that's what I meant when I wrote.
I have the receipts.
From counterpoints, maybe, but counterpoints might have interpreted my question incorrectly. But I was under.
Can we not entertain this argument that whether or not
I have the receipts, and it's gonna be fucking actual Justice Warriors fucking interpretation of the rules, and
something's on the ballot means it's a binary choice. Nobody in the real world believes this. These people don't believe this. Like, nobody believes this. Why are we letting the conservatives gaslight us into this stupid fucking position? It's so retarded.
What intended when you wrote the question? Just concede that that you do not know that Trump is going to be a dictator, and let's move on.
If somebody says that immigration is on the ballot, does that mean that you either have open borders or no immigration?
Is
that what it means when immigration is on the ballot? It's either open borders or no immigration? This is so stupid.
Let the lady talk. Rude.
Okay, Lauren Southern.
I literally was like, I'm down for the debate, but I just want to clarify. The topic is definitely, in quotes, if Trump is elected, it is the end of democracy, correct? And he said, we went back and forth. Yes, I will solidify this. And then Danabo is democracy on the ballot 2024. So it was just, I was just reiterated the same thing. Yes, is democracy on the ballot? But I went and I was like, hey, I just want to clarify.
The question is
democracy
on the
I might just go to sleep. I got other shit I can do tonight, guys. I can't. My blood pressure's too high. This is actually retarded. It's the thing that's triggering the most about this conversation is that Dylan is even taking it seriously.
Yeah,
there's no issue in the history of all of mankind where a thing being on the ballot means that it's a binary yes or no.
But
gun control is on the ballot. That doesn't mean that we ban all guns or allow all guns. Immigration is on the ballot. That doesn't mean that we ban all immigration or allow all immigration. Like this is the
what the fuck else could be on ballots? Like fucking I don't even know, dude. Electric EVs are on the ballot. That means that every single fucking car in the entire United States must be immediately converted into EVs, or no car. Like what the fuck?
Dumbest interpretation of anything I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. This is so stupid. I don't know why. I don't even want to have this debate right now. Is not real. The fact that we're debating this prompt is so fucking retarded. Like holy shit.
Just fucking.
It wasn't out of thin air. We asked for clarification, but also I will point out that
and it was clarified.
I asked for after the fact, after I'm I just pointed out I asked for like a plausible scenario of like how he was gonna do this, and you guys all screamed at me. Like
I think the plausible scenario. The plausible scenario.
Like, I was being really nice about that.
The question.
Let's start the question then on a level playing field, and let me ask it like this, because this is a question AJW had. Is there, because let's say you could say, okay, Donald Trump has some anti-democratic tendencies, but we have strong institutions. What is the plausible scenario that he could actually...
Oh my fucking god, dude! Dylan is fucking killing me, bro. What's the plausible... wait, or actually, they're just gonna switch the whole topic. Is this what's happening? Am I misinterpreting what Dylan's about to say? I thought Dylan was about to say, like... Oh, I thought Dylan was just giving fuel to this fucking idiot's fire of like, well, our institutions held up, so we don't need to worry about anything. That's what I thought he was about to do, but maybe not.
Actually hurt American democracy so much that it could cause its end.
Yes,
Dylan,
I think that
we resolve the previous topic first.
No. The question is democracy?
What do you mean, like, should I resolve the topic? I can't resolve.
No. Like,
that.
can we get a resolution? Like, can they concede and then we can move on to the next?
We're not
topic?
conceding. No, absolutely not.
Great. So then why are we moving on?
When somebody says it's democracy on the ballot, the question is meaning, obviously, if we elect a person, is there going to be a significant departure from what our currently understood democratic norms are? That's what we're talking about, right? That's what it means. That's what everybody understood that question means. That's what any reasonable human being would understand that question.
Everyone just said yes.
Okay? So then the question is will Donald Trump do things that we would consider a significant departure from American democratic values? Okay? And the answer is, we would say, is yes.
When I get asked to a piano recital, I ask, where do I sit? What do I need to do? And that's what Lauren did for this conversation.
And if you say, oh, you can go sit in the front row, that means you can sit... Wait, I don't even know. Wait, what the fuck? If I go to... I'm asking about this and this. Hold on.
So when there's confusion, you ask for clarification. Then we receive clarification on it, and now you're mad at us for going based on the information that we were told when we were lured into the back of your...
Oh, no. Yeah. So, like, what's happening is that you enter a room, and then they're like, oh, I'm at this piano recital. It's like, I was told I could sit at the front row. And they're like, oh, no, those were reserved for, like, VIPs. You can sit anywhere you want, just not in the front row. Like, I was told I could sit wherever I want, so I'm going to sit in the front row. It's like, oh, no. You misunderstand. Those were reserved for VIPs. You can sit anywhere you want, just not in the front row. I'm like, I was told I could sit wherever I want. It's, bro... Obviously, the front rows are reserved for VIPs. It's a fucking, like, award ceremony or whatever, piano recital. Like, that's the front row is reserved for family and friends. If you're just a spectator, you got to sit anywhere you want, but not in the front row. It's reserved for people. It's like, and then everyone agrees to the clarification. It's like, yeah, well, they told us after the fact, so you have to concede the other side of the debate now that I could have sat in the front row. It's like, what the fuck?
Your van. So, like, I don't know why you're getting all mad because you didn't act for clarification.
Okay, my bad. Can we agree on this then? Hitler was not a threat to German democracy because they went back to being a democracy. Can you agree with that?
They completely changed the government over there.
No, but they went back. Wait. Germany went back. Germany's fine today, right? Do you agree that Germany's fine today?
Destiny.
No, answer that. I need an answer to that. No. Don't pivot. Answer that question. Answer that question. He's pivoting. Let me know when he's done, and I'm going to ask the same question again.
Okay, Cam.
I don't even know what I'm going to say. I haven't said it.
Cam, you can answer the question, and then you can ask your question that you wanted to ask. And then I want to actually come back to the question I asked, because I posed it.
Nope, it's never getting answered.
Okay, great. So, in the case of Germany had a dictator that rose to power and degraded the democratic systems of the...
He was elected! Oh, you fucking idiot! You idiot!
Previously had.
You're not even right.
Yeah,
Hitler
yeah,
did not
yeah.
rise as a dictator. Hitler didn't rise as a dictator. Can we just go on to the next thing? Go on to the next thing. You don't know any history.
I know.
Hitler didn't start off as a dictator. You don't know what you're talking about.
He was literally appointed chancellor and elected to his position.
Go to the next question.
My fucking
He
wiener.
doesn't know what he's talking
Okay,
about.
then do
Let him
something else.
Write his
Great,
all
great.
history.
I don't know what I'm
if he's
talking
writing all
about. Are you
history.
happy, Destiny? Okay, great. So it took a regime fall for democracy to return to Germany, and several decades.
That's always required. That's how you. What? Do you think dictators just give up their power? Oh, it's a democracy now.
Of Western occupation in Germany for that democracy to be restored to Germany. Okay, so that's not what happened in the Rutherford B. Hayes case that Sean cited earlier, where this exact thing that you're claiming will overthrow democracy happened. And it resulted in democracy continuing on to today. Clearly, you agree that democracy exists today. Otherwise, you wouldn't be arguing that it's on the ballot.
Democracy in Germany exists today. You just proved Destiny's point. The idea that democracy is only threatened if it's permanently ended is fucking stupid. Now you're moving the goalposts again.
We're saying that it will happen without a regime.
If there's a decades-long gap in between democracy and dictatorship, that's something else.
Yeah. All right. So do you think that there's a meaningful difference? I'm just going to ask you of having external governments overthrow your dictatorship and then install a democratic.
I'm so bored. I'm so good.
Country,
I'm so good on
way,
this, guys. I'm
because
so
the Soviet
good.
Union
I
took
think I'm
over
good.
the other half.
Can I just
Or at
please?
least,
Can I please
they
leave?
split the
I just
country.
want to
but
leave.
Do you think
This
there's a
is so
meaningful difference
fucking
between
retarded.
that and then an election that's contested that has this stupid electors thing,
so
and then
cringe.
a corrupt
Why does
compromise
fucking
that's one of the
whatever
stains
guy
on
have to be
American
so
history?
dumb?
But then the next
Fuck me.
election functions as normal. Do you understand that there's a
Okay,
difference?
I understand there's a difference, so there's no threat. Then do you agree that the Civil War wasn't a threat to democracy? Because that wasn't
we went
another
back
country,
to it,
right?
Yeah, actually, democracy never ended. It just because we won.
Is the Civil War? That's actually an interesting question.
No, it's not. They weren't another country. They weren't. They didn't have the legal right to secede. Just because you say you do doesn't mean that you do.
Democracy, if these people wanted to secede.
Yeah, but everyone in the democracy has to agree that you can secede, not just half of the democracy. You fucking moron! Everyone in the democracy. That's why the seceding never works.
And then they ended up going to war with the other half of the country.
Nope.
So
It wasn't another country. You defined it as external country, external occupation.
A conflict from within the country about whether or not you could break apart. That's actually an interesting question.
But no, it's not. Hold on, no, it's very easy to solve. We came back immediately after Reconstruction, everything. We're good. Boom. So it wasn't a threat, right? Say that the Civil War wasn't a threat to democracy. It didn't end democracy. It was, yeah.
Yeah, but what you're failing to realize is
no.
that
I want to hear the answer to that. The Civil War didn't end democracy. Say that. So the Civil War didn't end democracy, right?
It's not analogous.
Why? No.
Why isn't it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be. It didn't end democracy.
It absolutely matters. You're posing an analogy. It has to be analogous. Holy shit.
I'm just saying if
The
it fits
Civil
your
War was a
definition.
military uprising. Trump attempted to do this in a civil manner, manipulating laws in the United States. As Sean pointed out, again, it's happened before. If Trump wanted to overthrow the government with the military, like what happened in the Civil War, he would have done it, but he didn't.
That's not true. There's a whole number of reasons.
Hold
on. Wait. I need you to accept that the Civil War didn't end democracy. So democracy was never on the ballot when it came to the Civil War because it didn't end democracy.
Well, that's why it's an interesting question, because after the Civil War, there was an occupation of the South by Union troops to suppress their democratic ambitions because they wanted a bunch of crazy stuff. So
I think the ridiculousness and bad
it
faith
really
of
did
this
kind of
position has
cut
been
off
demonstrated.
it really did kind of cut off this popular movement to separate from the country. It was definitely a threat to the country, but I'm not that's why it's an interesting question, because these people wanted to leave the nation, and theoretically, if they voted democratically, they might have
No, because it's secession. The whole country has to agree that you're allowed to leave.
Gotten their way if it was based on a ballot initiative.
If we were having a debate before the Civil War, and somebody were to say, do you think if we had a Civil War, would that be a threat to democracy? Would your answer be yes or no?
It depends on the nature of the Civil War. If you're fighting over voting to leave the country, is it undemocratic to force them to?
It's all undemocratic because you're not. If 49% of the people rebel against 51% of the people, that's not democratic. If they win or lose.
Stay. I think it's the right thing to force them to stay, even though it might be undemocratic. That's why I have to think about it.
Is Russia a democracy?
No.
Why not? They vote, don't they?
They vote.
So Russia's a democracy. So nothing Putin's done is a threat to democracy, right?
Where they kill the opposition people.
Rigged elections? Wait, so do rigged elections make you not a democracy?
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with this.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you rig an election like consistently to get like this 90.
He's gonna fucking debate out of this by saying, well, you have to rig them. You have to rig them in the first place. You can't attempt to rig them. That's not a threat to democracy. Fucking so stupid.
Okay, so wait. So then, if there's a new president, after Putin, then we would say that all along it was a democracy because it went back, right? As long as there's a democratic president elected at some point in the future.
If they have a new dictator after he dies.
No. Let's say it's a democratically elected president after Putin dies. So then it was just a temporary departure. It's not it goes back to being a democracy, right? So in 91, Putin and everybody else, like that democracy was never on the ballot.
I couldn't tell you if the Russian Federation was like a legit democracy to start out with or not. Like I'm not that read up on Russian history, but I would assume it depends on the structure of their government. If they like turn into a democracy, then they're a democracy. Does that make sense?
None of this makes sense. It's like
yeah, it's like the next guy gets elected, but if he gets elected and then like he's the president for like 2 decades or whatever, like then that's probably not legit.
From the perspective of someone who engages in politics from like a liberal perspective, it's been frustrating to watch right-wing pundits come up. The best defense that they come up with for Trump was that, yeah, he may try to like stress test democracy, but our institutions will hold. And to people like myself, I think I'll speak for Destiny and Josiah, that just seems like completely untenable. Why would you even allow someone to have that opportunity in the first place?
Yeah, the thing we hear all the time is that the guardrails hold. And it's like this idea that you have a friend who drives his Ford F-150 into the guardrails on a highway, and then you toss him a fresh set of fucking keys. The guardrails held.
That's not the argument we're making. That's the premise of the debate, and we're holding you to it. We're not. That's not our only defense of Trump, right? I mean, me personally, like I came into this like literally 30 minutes, or not 30 minutes, but I was warned 3 hours in advance. So like, yeah, I don't have like an elaborate like defense of Trump that I'm going to deploy against Destiny right now. So I'm holding to the standard of the debate.
Am I allowed to hop in here?
No.
Sure.
May I be permitted? Woman moment.
You are permitted.
Okay, so obviously there's been a lot of talk about the electors scandal here, and I get that, we can concede that was a stress test to democracy, probably.
Oh, so democracy's on the ballot. Okay, okay, just moving on.
But what would Trump, like, realistically in this upcoming term, like, he could not run again afterwards. What is your guys' argument for how he will deconstruct democracy if he were to win an election this upcoming?
Trump could pressure every single part of his cabinet or administration to launch fake investigations into his political opponents. Because now the Supreme Court has granted him full criminal immunity from any conversations he has with his cabinet about things that might result in their firing. So that could be one big thing.
We also have to talk about Trump reshaping the GOP in his image. Like, he's been really successful at pushing out politicians who don't bend the knee and sort of like bend their will to him. So the very makeup
isn't this just a problem with the American system then? If that's something the president is able to do, wouldn't that be something Kamala Harris?
The president wasn't supposed to be able to do it, but because of the weird Supreme Court shit, now for some reason he's able to. Biden wants to change the law.
Kamala can do that as well. So is it really a question of whether democracy is on the line, or is it already lost in your opinion?
Well, the difference is that when Democrats do bad things, they don't go to the Supreme Court and beg for criminal immunity or go in front of a civil court to say we lied.
That as if it's a given for every Democrat that will ever exist in human history, obviously.
Because we haven't seen one abuse it yet, because Donald Trump pardoned every single crony fuck that worked with him, and Biden is literally watching his son get convicted.
Yet doesn't mean it won't happen.
Lauren, implicit, respectfully.
He'll probably pardon Hunter Biden, if we're being honest, when the election is over.
You think he will? You think he'll pardon his son?
I think that's quite likely.
Okay.
He could have pardoned his son from the beginning. He could have fired David Weiss. He could have done anything.
He could have pardoned him right now.
I don't think you want to go down the road of pardons.
Is unpopular pardons happen when you're a lame duck and it's the end of the election. Like, that's obviously what goes down.
He had like 3 or 4 different ways.
Just for democracy, prosecuting your political opponent, like, and by the way, the thing about
he didn't prosecute his political opponent. What are you
he
talking
has a
about?
special counsel for the classified documents.
There is no evidence that Biden was involved at any step of the way in any of these special counsel, in any of the Manhattan trials.
That is true.
No evidence whatsoever that Biden was involved with that.
Yeah, nobody said that. So like, go ahead.
Did the special counsel
said that. What do you mean nobody said that?
You probably weren't paying attention.
Hold on, wait, civics. Where did the special counsel come from?
Wait, no. it's too much. I can't hear anything because everybody's talking at the same time. Okay, so the question was, I saw something posted by AJW, but let's finish the conversation first about the feasibility of Trump attacking democracy before we move on to the idea of, are Democrats prosecuting Trump, and is that an attack on democracy? So first, the feasibility. Destiny, you were hitting on this earlier, and I wanted to go to Hutch because he hasn't had much time to speak about what feasible plan could Trump employ that makes you scared about our democracy.
Yeah, I already said it. He could pressure his cabinet officials to do whatever they can in their capacity to arrest and jail political opponents, fabricate charges for him if he wants to.
Hutch?
I mean, to expand on that, like Donald Trump, it is a full-on cult of personality. If you do not swear loyalty to him and the MAGA movement, he will do everything in his power to make sure that you don't win your next election and you don't belong in the Republican Party anymore. And we've just seen that more and more. The House, if we just look at the chaos in the House, ousting their speaker for the first time in history, and you have characters like Marjorie Taylor Greene who are elevated to extreme positions of influence within the party. She's one of the party's highest fundraisers. She's on 2 subcommittee hearings, and she is fucking insane. So, like, I don't know if you can necessarily say that there's like this grave immediate threat, but the impact on the legislative branch over time of it being corrupted by Trump-like people who rise to prominence because of him, who knows what that leads to in the future. I don't even think it's on me to tell you like a really detailed, specific plan of what I think is going to happen to corruptly influence things moving forward. I can just speak in generalities.
Well, because
quickly to pondering before we go to the conservatives for response, conservatives, right wingers, libertarians, whatever you define yourself. Pondering.
Well, because even the plan that he tried to enact in 2020 was, I mean, just prima facie ridiculous, which is why so many people in his own Justice Department was like, this is fucking stupid. So even any like sort of plan that we could potentially devise would sound categorically ridiculous, but it didn't stop him from attempting it in the first place. These institutions are not divinely crafted. They're not divinely enforced. This isn't the fucking Little Mermaid. It's not supernatural. These institutions are comprised of people. Part of Trump's mission in the second term is to staff these institutions with people who are more loyal to him than the Constitution. And then the other thing I wanted to say, implicit to Lauren's question way back like 10 minutes ago, is this assumes that there is a system of government which is bad faith proof. There's just not. Mm-hmm. The fact of the matter is, like when you said, oh, so if this is permissible for a president to do, doesn't that mean the democracy is already dead? No. Every system of government is subject to bad faith. They're fungible, right? And so if you get a sufficiently motivated bad faith actor who is not checked by his party, by other institutions, that poses a great threat. And that's the issue with Trump. He wants to deliberately test these institutions and eventually break them to his benefit. That's not a weakness of the American system. It's a weakness of every fucking system.
Now, before we go to the conservatives, right-wingers, libertarians, whatever, to respond, I do want to quickly say that we're 15 minutes from our scheduled stop time. We can go over if anybody wants to go over, but for those who want to ask questions, now is the last time to donate because we're going to rapid fire through the questions once we got the moment before letting these fine people go. Now, who wants to take it off?
Ladies first.
I would just say, like, I'm good probably until like 7:30 at the most.
Okay. Lawrence Other?
Are you ladies firsting me? I'm still putting my thoughts together here, Sean. You go right ahead.
All right, well, then other guy go. Cam.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I want to respond to something Hutch said. Right, we're just doing responses, I guess. Yeah, so you said that, like, you basically went off of conjecture. Like, who knows? I don't have to prove what his plan is. I don't have to outline a plan that he's going to act on. Well, it's my position that Kamala Harris is going to use the exact same immunities that Donald Trump gained in the Supreme Court to install another president after her choice, right? Like, if you're not going to outline a plan, like, I can just as well make, like, baseless allegations based on conjecture. Like, I can just as well do that.
Why did they say they wouldn't outline a plan? I'll outline a plan.
We never saw Kamala try to do anything like that.
No, we will outline a plan. Though we did. I gave a plan. Go answer my plan. Answer my plan.
Yeah. So again, and then also Josiah said that Trump's just going to like align the government with officials that are loyal to him. It seems like he pretty much tried to do the same thing from 2017 to 2020, and it didn't look like it worked. Most of his people abandoned him. So. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. So no, Donald Trump when he was president.
1 second. Before I do want to let you guys respond, but it was 1, 2, 3. I do want to give them a little bit more time because Dylan, we got to be fair.
I mean, when we ask for like a plausible plan, it's like doesn't have to be super detailed. It's just
I gave a plan, and the other two guys, the other two didn't want to go to the
like because The
Oh,
method
God,
that he
I'm
tried
so
before
triggered.
didn't work,
Oh, I'm so
and again,
triggered.
you don't
Oh,
really
I'm so
have that
triggered.
option as
Oh,
a
I'm so
first-term
triggered.
president.
Oh,
In
my God, I'm so
addition to
triggered.
that, like you guys are alleging that he's going to prosecute his political opponents
Oh, but
and do
Biden
all
already
of this
did that.
stuff. I mean, Steven cited that he said he was going to be a dictator. He forgets that that was said he's going to be a dictator for one day, like close the border, and I forgot what the other promise was. But this guy already ran on explicitly lock her up, and he didn't even investigate Hillary Clinton in the way that many people who wanted that investigation wanted him to do so. So like,
Wait,
past
no, hold on a
behavior.
second. Hold on.
No, Hutch,
Wait,
All
wait.
right, just interrupt when I'm talking like I did for you. Oh wait, I did.
All right, I apologize.
Past
Yeah.
behavior is normally a predictor of future outcome, and Trump hasn't shown himself competent enough to actually have a successful coup, to actually have sycophants like Eric Holder that are serving him in the Justice Department. On top of that, our institutions did hold. That's a good thing. And he is currently being prosecuted by the opposition party through a bunch of cases that are first of its kind cases, or we just established a precedent that this is even possible right before. There was a 14th Amendment case where they tried to force him off the ballot. All of this crazy stuff that, again, are chipping away at the democratic process, the norms and all that. But even then, I still don't believe that those actions by the other party are a threat to democracy in the way that you guys are portraying this nebulous plan that you can't quite define from
I
Trump.
can't believe I let these two walk away
I
from
think
my
it's
specific
insane
plan.
to give Trump credit for not prosecuting Hillary Clinton when presidents don't do that. They cannot, like, according to the norms that have been in place since like the 70s, they don't have the authority to just direct the DOJ to go after their political opponents. That didn't stop him from trying. He openly, publicly. Go ahead.
Hold on, or let's just wait. Let's just we have a specific plan. Donald Trump will tell everybody in his cabinet, okay, to go after political opponents, launch fake investigations, fabricate evidence, throw them in jail if he wants to, because he knows that he can do that now without any criminal overview whatsoever. And you said that past behavior was a predictor of future behavior. That's what he tried to do in the past, but he picked the wrong people. This time he's picking different people because he knows he needs to. That's why he picked Vance, who said he would have gone along with the plot in 2020 when Pence said that he wouldn't. So we've got past behavior predicting future behavior. We've got a change in action so that it can affect his outcome before. And we have a particular plan that's now protected by the Supreme Court, and it wasn't before.
You'll have Attorney General Rudy Giuliani, day one. You'll have some unscrupulous guy.
Now they're going to grab onto Hutchins. They're going to grab onto Hutchins' highest comments, and they're not going to respond to that. And I'm going to get fucking triggered.
Pondering's been waiting, but Lauren Southern, have you finished gathering your thoughts, or should I throw it to Pondering first?
Please just answer.
I'm just
they're not going to
really
answer my
quickly
questions. They're not going to
reading some
answer.
research that I wanted to mention,
Okay,
so
I
just
can
let
throw
me
it to
make
some
sure.
other
They're not
people
going to
first.
answer. They're not going to answer. They're not going to answer.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Yes, this idea that because Donald Trump used his executive power to make appointments in his first term means that he will follow the same sort of appointment process in his second term is ridiculous. The entire point is he has publicly said that he was betrayed by rhinos, people like Bill Barr, Jeff Sessions, and others.
Oh, never mind. Good
because
job.
he followed the
Josiah's hitting.
conventional
Yep.
Republican
That's good.
conservative
That's good,
wisdom
Josiah.
and
Yep.
appointed people
Yes.
who
Yep.
were, for all their
Based.
faults, more loyal to the Constitution than to him.
Beat him more
He would
lines.
have the same discretion
Yep.
at his disposal as President of the United States. He would just pick different people. He would pick Matt
Yep.
Gaetz. He would
Correct.
pick
Yep.
Rudy Giuliani or whoever.
Yep.
And even at the Senate, let's say well, they've got to be Senate confirmed. No, he could just make them acting Secretary of Defense, acting Attorney General.
Yep.
So there are loopholes that Donald Trump could exploit. Sean gave the whole game away when he's like, past behavior is a predictor
Yep,
of future
he did.
performance.
Good.
Donald
Yes.
Trump did
Oh, my
threaten
God.
democracy.
Yes,
that
he
was
did.
part of his past behavior.
Oh, yes, he
To me,
did,
that's a tacit
Josiah.
concession
Oh, my
in and of
God, good
itself
job.
because you just
Oh.
gave the game
Yep.
that he'll try to do it again in the second term.
Yes, exactly.
These institutions are fungible and they are exploitable.
Correct.
You have offered nothing other than that Trump tried and failed the first time. Sean's a crime guy. I imagine that Sean would say that an attempted murderer is still a threat. It's still a big fucking deal when you try to murder somebody and fail. And if someone said, well, hey, this attempted murderer wasn't a threat because they failed in the murder
Because they
attempt,
failed
and you
anyways.
need not fear any future attempt because they failed in the first attempt. Absolutely categorically
analogy,
ridiculous.
yep.
You know your position's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Being a Trump supporter in this position is just wildly indefensible.
True.
So
Again,
sad.
about the acting position or appointing people in that way, the Senate has a very easy method of avoiding that, and it's actually been adjudicated. They just have to say that they're in session even when they're not in session. So even those cabinet level appointments do have checks. Thank you for reminding me of that. So yeah, the institutions
Wait,
hold,
what?
and yes, Trump ran a ridiculous elector scheme. And theoretically, I guess if he could run for a third term, then maybe that would be something we would be worried about after he ran for his second term. but he can't run for a third term. Like, he's even more locked out of extending his reign beyond that, which was the point that I was trying to make.
Wait,
And
what
I
does the
have
Senate?
not
Wait,
yet
what does the
heard
Senate have to
a
do?
sufficient solution to the 22nd Amendment issue.
What does the Senate have to do with the question here of having an acting AG or having an acting or temporary?
The Senate cannot be in session as like a little tricky trick in order to block those kind of appointments.
Wait. You can still have an acting member though without a Senate confirmation, right? Doesn't the acting part mean that they don't? Yeah. So you can have an acting. By the way, we don't even have to guess would he abuse an acting attorney general because he almost fired his last acting attorney general, Rosen, because Rosen wouldn't go along with a plot to persecute, political opponents and to have and to lie to states about finding voter fraud. So he's already done exactly this with acting, with unconfirmed, with non-Senate confirmed acting AGs. He's already done this.
And this, by the way, this also generously assumes, if there's a Republican Senate, which is very possible. I mean, my God, we have to defend like 8 different seats in incumbent elections. There's no guarantee that a Republican Senate would do anything other than kowtow to him.
Wait, hold on. Also, you don't have to grant the argument because they already said past behavior is predictive of future behavior. For past behavior, there were 11 Republican senators that were willing to go along with the decertification of the election. So he's already got enough people in the Senate that are loyal to him to go through with whatever he wants. So how do you escape the idea of Donald Trump will abuse his cabinet to go after political opponents directly in whatever way he possibly can, knowing that he's tried it in the past, knowing that he now has criminal immunity, and knowing that he'll appoint better people this time? It won't be Attorney General Giuliani. It'll be Attorney General Sidney Powell or Attorney General, it won't be Attorney General William Barr. It'll be Attorney General Rudy Giuliani or Sidney Powell or Eastman.
Right. I mean, kind of interesting how threatening Democrats in particular find the idea of the Trump administration
persecuting,
actually stacking officials and people in charge of administrations and bureaucracies with like-minded individuals.
No, she's going to trigger the fuck out of me. Oh my God, she's going to trigger the fuck out of me.
If you actually look at the data, they came out with a study just last year going over
It's not having like-minded people. Doesn't matter. It's about having people willing to break the law. It's about having people willing to break the law. It's about having people willing to break the law. It's not about ideological alignment. It's about criminal behavior. Oh my God, I'm drinking bleach right now. I'm drinking bleach. I'm drinking bleach. It tastes so good.
Administrations a lot more quickly
it's calming me down.
and with significantly more of their own like-minded people than Republican presidents. In fact, during Republican administrations, a significant number of Democrats.
Hold on, just as a real quick to head off this point. Wait, just a real quick. None of us care about staffing it with like-minded people. It's about people that are willing to engage in criminal behavior. Those are the people that we're talking about.
Because the people staffed by President Clinton in 1997 still turned power over when George W. Bush, the Republican, won in 2000. Same thing when Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton in 2016. Barack Obama was the Democratic president of the United States. Hillary Clinton didn't scheme with Obama, and then Vice President Joe Biden steal the election from Trump. Maybe Democrats are just more reliably dependent in terms of honoring democracy and democratic norms than the Republican
saying that as long as he's not appointing like-minded people that would go along with an elector's scheme.
So or any criminal behavior. Any criminal behavior.
Next election.
So the idea that he could just put anybody in this acting position is not correct. I mean, it sounded like it was made up nonsense to me, but I looked it up. We actually have a law governing the vacancies, so he would still have to pick somebody that is already in a high level of whatever department for at least 90 days. So if his goal is to throw somebody as the acting attorney general day one, they would have to be in the attorney general's office under Biden. And this is according to, I always hate these abbreviations, the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, which was passed in 1998. Probably to restrain Bill Clinton by the Republicans, if we're being perfectly honest. So again, he can't just appoint anyone. He has to appoint somebody who's in the office in a high-level position. I'll look for the exact definition of high-level.
Gotcha.
So, like, we can get that
okay,
clarified.
so that's fair then. So that would basically completely destroy our argument, unless we could possibly cite to an example where he literally did exactly the same thing, where he found the environmental head lawyer guy, Jeff Clark, who he was going to appoint to the acting head position and do the exact thing that we were accusing him of potentially doing in the future, which he exactly did. So none of this matters. The DOJ is a massive department. There's like 50 different branches of potential heads of inferior officers that you could choose from. He could find one to follow through on his scheming. He already did once. Again, past behavior predicts future behavior.
About the EPA?
One second. I just want to say, we're closing the supers. If you're donating on either the website or on YouTube, we're closing it off in the next 5 minutes. We're going to try to wrap this up. And since we're trying to wrap this up, I want Justice Warrior to answer that question, and then I want to ask about the thing that Sean keeps bringing up, which is the possible political persecution of Donald Trump using the justice system, is that an attack on democracy, which is often a conservative counter? Over to you, AJW.
Yeah, I don't know what he said. I don't know which department he was referring to.
Oh,
Can
what
I
the
just
hell?
get a clarification? Are you talking about filling the EPA?
Nope,
No,
I'm
Justice
talking about
Department.
in the DOJ. There is like in the it's underneath the Assistant Attorney General, I think, underneath the acting or underneath the Attorney General, after the Deputy General. There's another guy, and there's beneath that, I think there's like the environmental protection, the environmental something, the environmental office or whatever bullshit of the DOJ. And Jeff Clark was the head of that, and he tried to make him the acting Attorney General as well. There's plenty of people in the DOJ. There's a ton of different people. What?
Did that work? Did he
No,
become
because
acting
half the
attorney general?
DOJ threatened to quit when he was going to do it because they realized that he was trying to destroy the government.
I don't know if that position is qualified. All right, I just was trying to clarify because you said environmental, and I wasn't sure if the EPA was covered under this act.
Nope,
But
I'm
yeah,
talking about Jeff Clark, and I'm talking about what he tried to do. He's already tried to do all these things.
Fine, fair enough. What was the question again? The other question?
Why would we
my
assume
main
he would do
question-
the same thing? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, my question had to do with political persecution. You brought up a few times, Sean, that the Democrats and the government is going after Trump legally, trying to go after him for these crimes or supposed crimes, depending on your perspective. I wanted to ask the room, is that an example of an attack on democracy, the political persecution of an opponent, or is it a bunch of hogwash?
I mean, it's an attack on our.
Let's start with Sean, because he's been bringing it up all night.
It's an attack on the norms in our institutions. I mean, trying to remove Trump through the ballot, through the 14th Amendment. I mean, you could argue that that's an attack on our democracy, but our institutions held in those particular cases. But I mean, if you look at these different court cases, now granted, I will point out that they're not even all remotely federal. One is even a local one, the Alvin Bragg case. What you're seeing is weird new interpretations, first time ever used interpretations in order to target Trump. I mean, the Bragg case, where it's a money thing, falsifying business records, those were enhanced to felony charges based on the fact that he was trying to influence the outcome of an election. Now, that's fine that you could say that that's what you're trying to go for, but those falsifications occurred after the election. So it was, even on its face, that's a very odd upgrade to felony charges, especially from a guy who ran on and downgrades more felony charges than anyone in the history of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. You have the Georgia case, where they actually prosecuted, as a test case, widely reported, Young Thug under the RICO statute in order to have a case more similar than the Georgia teacher statute in order to prosecute Donald Trump. And it was described by the media as a test case. It's still ongoing. And again, that's very unusual to try a completely different defendant in a new way just so you have precedent in order to try your political opponent, who, by the way, you ran on prosecuting. So yeah, these are problems. But do they necessarily rise to the point of overthrowing our democracy? No, I think that is a heavy burden. I think it can change the norms. And honestly, I know a lot of people on the left are worried that Trump might win again and he might follow suit with what the Democrats have demonstrated that they will do when they're in power. So but I don't think it's
at the end of the day, you still have to
democracy in that same way.
At the end of the day, you still have to identify a crime. You still have to file charges. You maybe convene a grand jury, and then you have to convince a jury of your peers. And we're talking about the same DOJ that successfully prosecuted Bob Menendez. They just secured a guilty verdict against him. They're going after Texas Representative Cuellar. They successfully prosecuted Hunter Biden. So I'm sorry, I'm just not buying this.
Yeah, the whole allegation that the Justice Department's been weaponized under Biden is absolutely preposterous. They appointed a special counsel to investigate him. Robert Hur released an incredibly politically damaging report about the president. They bent over backwards to accommodate Trump. Merrick Garland, we have reporting that he dragged his feet for a fucking year with the classified documents case. Didn't the FBI and the National Archives play footsie with Trump behind the scenes, begging him to send the documents back because they didn't want to prosecute him? Cuellar, Menendez, Hunter Biden. Biden could have snapped his fingers and made that case go away. Usually U.S. attorneys resign when a new president enters office because they're political appointees of the previous administration. Biden specifically asked David Weiss, the Trump-appointed special counsel, to remain to investigate his son. Donald Trump would never fucking do that. That was actually an act of superhuman ethics on Joe Biden's part, thus proving his moral superiority over Donald Trump, objectively.
Well, I'll answer the question too. Yeah, so I don't think it's a threat to democracy. I think it's a bad and corrupt thing to do, but I don't think it's a threat to democracy. Democracy will not cease to exist if you vote for Alvin Bragg, who explicitly campaigned on going to court with Donald Trump. And also, Hutch, it seemed that Sean said almost the exact same thing, and then you attacked him as if he said the inverse. Again, strawmanning him, which seems to be your primary tactic throughout the entire debate.
No, he accused Biden's DOJ of political persecution against Biden's like political opponents.
I've heard Sean say explicitly throughout this debate that Biden's not involved, like several times.
Wait. Biden's not involved in what? Wait. Very clearly. Wait, Biden's not involved in what?
Like prosecuting Trump.
He's not. Biden is not involved in prosecuting Trump.
Yeah, exactly, Destiny. That's the point we're making. Like, I think Sean and I both have conceded that Biden's not involved, but it seems that Hutch keeps attacking Sean for the exact inverse of everything he says.
Because Trump
used Biden being involved, even though nobody said that Biden was involved.
Because
he used language talking about political persecution using the DOJ.
I actually specifically clarified that there were state, even local officials. Then I went specifically to Alvin Bragg, who is a local official. I talked about them running on these. Like, were you not familiar? I said
even if they run on them, hold on.
I also want to point out that you're like, Garland dragged his feet. Yeah, it's true. The federal prosecutors all dragged their feet on this up until Trump was announcing he was running for election. And this is a criticism I've heard from people on the left and the right, that once it was clear that he was going to run, that's when they decided that they were going to prosecute. I mean, Cenk Uygur screams about how Merrick Garland should have went after him the entire time as soon as he came out of office.
So you are accusing the Biden DOJ of political prosecution, right?
Well, let me finish my point. So he says he should have went after him as soon as he got out of office. You had the special counsel bring charges on the classified documents case, but it would have been probably less political to go after him early when you weren't sure he was going to run rather than later. But it seems like they went after him and they put all these cases on the ballot. And again, most of it is not federal officials or the special counsel. It's local politicians that ran specifically on prosecuting Trump. And remember, normally you have to have evidence of a crime before you start an investigation, not as a campaign promise run on finding a crime to charge somebody with. But again, even then, like, people did vote for this. I find it to be disgusting. I don't think it is a threat to democracy. It shakes the faith in the judicial system, but I don't think it overthrows our democratic system because that's just a heavy burden.
Even if he
did, touching on what Cam said, you are saying that the Biden DOJ under Merrick Garland is engaged in political prosecution, right?
I don't know if the special counsel directly answers to Merrick Garland.
No, but you said that Merrick Garland specifically announced the charges when he knew that Trump was going to be the candidate.
I said that Merrick Garland didn't charge Trump, and people have criticized him for dragging his feet until Trump ran for president.
Could I get a clarification if it was or wasn't political persecution, Sean?
I think there's definitely a political element to it. There's a reason
why these
cases get popped off.
Okay,
for sure.
Dude, hold on. For Alvin Bragg, even if he did run on the idea of prosecuting Trump, couldn't he have done it because he thought that Trump committed a crime? Like, this was a criminal case. He got a grand jury. We got a grand jury to agree to an indictment, and then it was tried in open criminal court, and a jury of peers convicted Donald Trump of the crime. So even if it started off as like, well, I hate him politically or whatever, he went through the entire criminal court process in order to secure that conviction at the end of the day. So he
literally admitted that he didn't know.
Okay, hold on, I want to get the standard out. I want to get the standard out. If Trump orders an investigation into his political opponents, and then they find a crime when they're digging into him in order to look specifically for a crime. They didn't have evidence before they started the investigation, but they go through the whole trial phase. Like, they try whatever political opponent in a county that voted 80%.
Hold on, wait. You have to have evidence to get an indictment. You need evidence for an indictment.
And then they convict him. Like, that's fine as long as you present some evidence when you're digging.
You need evidence of the indictment.
Of the norm that the president doesn't direct the DOJ. That would violate that norm.
District attorneys prosecute. Presidents don't prosecute. That's one of the major differences between
the DOJ serves under the president. Like, this weird idea that departments under the executive branch are like somehow above the executive branch.
They're not above. Wait a minute. They're not above. They're not above the executive branch. But the president, by way of norm, is not supposed to be involved with the day-to-day prosecutorial decisions. So
long-standing
the the attorney general serves at the pleasure of the president. He is the president is his boss. But the thing is that they shouldn't be directed. You prosecute this person, you don't prosecute this person. It's like broad, like, hey, we're going to reschedule marijuana. We're going to focus more on these sorts of cases than this. Not you're supposed to prosecute this person or not. No one is saying that the attorney general is totally independent of the president. They serve at the president's pleasure. The president's just not a prosecutor the way a district attorney is.
I never said the president was a prosecutor. I said he got his prosecutors to go after them.
Yeah, but
wait. So the president did So the president did get prosecutors in the DOJ to go after Trump?
No, I asked you a hypothetical that if this were the case, but they went through the normal legal process, you would be fine with that? That's the standard?
No, because in order to make it comparable, it would have to be like the governor of New York running on trying to...
Sure. A local DA that's very pro-Trump, 90% Trump category, finds an official, charges him with the crime that he campaigned on charging him with. They present evidence in front of a grand jury. It's enough for an indictment. Very low standard, by the way. And they secure a conviction. That's like totally legit.
If they think they've committed a crime, hold on. Especially as a New Yorker, you don't think people have ever run on cleaning up crime, on getting rid of like the mob or the mafia, or run as a DA on doing things to get rid of people?
You're not answering the question, which is a very direct question.
Hold on. The direct answer is if a DA, if somebody,
I can't hear both at the same time. Sean.
Yeah, so you're not answering the question, which is a very direct question, and now you're pivoting to.
No, okay, I'll answer the question. Yeah, the question is if
running on being tough on crime and prosecuting criminals in general.
It's not in general. It's not just general things. People want to go after particular criminals. If you think a guy's committed a crime and a DA runs on that, he's like, I think that this guy's a criminal. When I'm the DA, I'm going to go after this guy. I'm going to make sure that I get. If you find
the evidence of the crime was already out in the public space at that point. Michael Cohen had testified in front of Congress to these crimes. He had been criminally charged and convicted on these crimes. So it's not like there was some fishing expedition. There was already strong evidence of these crimes out there in the open that had been reported on and adjudicated for years.
Okay,
Michael Cohen was prosecuted by federal authorities. Am I right or no?
No, but it was for the same. He was prosecuted federally, but the crimes were related.
All right, but can I also get my question answered? So it would be fine if like a truck.
Okay, but can we make this the last question so we can get some of these donations, guys?
If a district attorney thought that somebody, if a district attorney thought somebody had committed a crime and he runs on that, I'm going to hold them accountable for this crime that I think this person has committed. Yeah, and they go through the ordinary process and not breaking any rules or anything. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think everybody would agree with that. Yes.
Okay, so running on, I'm going to find a crime to prosecute them. That's totally fine.
Did Alvin say that? I'm going to find a crime?
Yeah, he said what was the exact quote? What you call it? Cam, you were talking about it earlier. That he said he was running on seeing Trump in court.
Oh yeah. He like specifically said that he was the person that had the most experience on the ballot with dealing with Trump in court.
Okay, what did he say? He was going to find a crime?
He didn't specify what crime he was going to prosecute him on when he was asked.
So he didn't say this then. So you just completely made that up. So you completely fabricated that, to be clear, right? Hold on, Sean. You admit that you totally just made that the fuck up, right? That he was going to find a crime, right?
I didn't say he said as an exact quote he's going to find a crime. He ran on finding a crime to prosecute.
How do you know he did that if he didn't say it exactly, though? I thought we were going by exact quotes, a detailed a manifesto of exactly what somebody's going to do.
You just inserted that in there and pretend, and you hope that your audience won't notice.
If there's already federal prosecution of people around Trump or Cohen for these exact types of behaviors, why wouldn't we assume that Alvin Bragg is running on the idea of going after Trump because he knows that Trump was in the state of New York when these crimes were being committed? Why couldn't we just assume that?
I'm looking for the quote that he, for his campaign.
You also
promise.
check the timeline. In all seriousness, I thought that Trump was already under some sort of preliminary investigation by Bragg's predecessor, wasn't he? That's the other thing too. I can't remember, but you may want to double check that too.
Okay, can we use this as a stopping point? And Sean, during the question period, if you find something, maybe we can retouch on it again. Okay, fantastic. Thank you guys for being here for this. We're going to go through some questions because a lot of people have questions. We got a lot of people watching. Happy to see it. Let me read through these quickly, okay? To conservatives, historically, do most failed democracies fail due to soft erosion of guardrails over time or due to hard power takeovers? Does anybody want to take that?
With me and like hard power takeover, does that mean always external?
Probably like a military
like always,
coup, something like
but
that.
always another country or internal? I would say hard power takeovers.
Okay.
Preceded by soft erosion.
Yeah, I would say chances are generally probably strong democracies don't generally just get cooed or fail. There's probably some erosion of norms or things that cause shit to be kind of wacky, and then eventually it makes it more susceptible to either external or internal pressure. But I mean, it would depend. If you're talking about like a full-on fucking invasion, like I mean, it doesn't matter if you got a strong or weak democracy. If the other country's bigger than you, they probably just blow your shit up, right?
If Hitler had failed to seize power, would it have still been fair to say democracy was on the ballot when he was running for election?
Didn't he win election? Wasn't it stuff he did afterwards that like allowed him to become the Führer?
I believe he got like in 3rd place, and then later
lost.
he won.
I thought he got a plurality.
He was appointed. He
out.
lost.
I could be
no,
wrong.
Yeah, I know he
no,
lost. To
He lost
Hindenburg.
against the coalition government, and then they appointed him chancellor.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but the question is, like, assume a counterfactual where he was unsuccessful in his despotic ends. Would it still have been fair to say that he was a threat to democracy or democracy was on the ballot?
But he lost. Like is that's what you guys just said?
Also,
wait, no, but it's a hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical.
His appointment.
We're not talking about literal.
I mean, his appointment was what like installed him into that position. So it wasn't on the ballot. It was honestly out of the hands of the citizens.
No, I understand. What the guy is asking for is an unsuccessful dictator still a threat to democracy? That's how I interpret the question. If the person is unsuccessful in their dictatorial ends, would it still be fair to say that they were a threat to democracy or that democracy was on the ballot when they initially ran for election? I'd say yeah. I'd say obviously, but
I mean, look, it's Hitler. Like, obviously, he's a threat to like all sorts of them. So it's kind of baked into the question.
I feel like you're right there. You're like right there. You know?
Also, can I just clarify? So the Bragg statements earlier were, quote, "We need a DEA on day one who has this 360-degree experience. Let's talk about what's waiting for the new DA." So there was already an investigation, subpoenas, and everything by the prior DA into Trump's business dealings relating to these cover papers. So the investigation had already been going on. Number one, okay, and then we know there's a Trump investigation. I've investigated Trump and his children and held them accountable for their misconduct with the Trump Foundation. I also sued the Trump administration more than 100 times for deferred action for childhood arrivals, the travel ban, separation of children from their families at the border. So I know that work. I know how to follow the facts and hold people in power accountable. And the second quote is, "I'm the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times for the Muslim travel ban, for family separation at the border, for shenanigans with the census. So I know how to litigate with him. I also led the team that did the Trump Foundation case. So I'm ready to go wherever the facts take me and to inherit that case." And I think it'd be hard to argue with the fact that that'd be the most important, most high-profile case. And I've seen him up front. I've seen the lawlessness that he could do. So it seems like he said exactly the opposite of what you implied. Do you understand that those quotes seem like the exact opposite of a...
He ran on holding him, quote, accountable. I'm reading through his quotes right now. I might have the same page as you.
Okay, so if he ran on holding him accountable, isn't that what a DA is literally supposed to do? Isn't that his job?
Steven, come on. Just because there was already an investigation and just because Trump had a history of corruption, I mean, that's basically the same as lock her up. You get that, right, Steven? Come on.
Was that the same investigation? And he's not the only one. Letitia James also campaigned on prosecuting
We're not talking
Trump.
about Letitia James.
Well, we are when it's convenient for them.
Wait, hold on. Do we agree that Bragg's statements here seem to be the exact opposite of what you implied, right?
The statements that you read just now were not like the bad ones that I'm referring to. I'm looking through his statements during the campaign. But
Letitia James ran on going after Trump for the massive fraud that Michael Cohen testified to in front of Congress. She wasn't just finding it out of nowhere. It was something that was established in the public square.
You guys got a third name? Bragg, James. Is there another one?
Okay.
Garland maybe did something bad.
F-A-N-I.
Okay, so
It's
we're
Fanny,
gonna
but I call her
we got a
Fanny.
few more questions if we're to put that back and forth. Wasn't there something you wanted to touch back on earlier, AJ?
Let's see if I can get the Soviets
This
involved
was it.
in
We
the
just touched on it, yes.
Oh, you just...
I'm looking for the Bragg thing, so...
Okay, we'll just give you more time. I'll ask some more questions. For the righties, if Trump loses and retires, will the right stay MAGA, revert back to the right pre-Trump, or something new? W. Dillon, this was spaced. Thank you.
Yeah, obviously, I personally am not going to support Trump after like his legally allowed term, right? Obviously, I'm going to like support somebody else.
I mean, obviously, I am Canadian, which I did ask Connor why I was partaking in this despite being Canadian, and he said, for the thrill, for the flares. So here I am, but I don't think, just obviously observing it all, and even in Canada, it seems that a more populist right is always going to be the choice at the moment and probably going forward, at least for the next while. I mean, the Conservatives in Canada tried to run a more moderate Conservative that supported gun control, vaccine mandates, this kind of stuff, and Trudeau wiped the floor with him, and now they've had to replace him with a more populist candidate for Canada, Pierre Poilievre. So even in Canada, and you look at the UK, Nigel Farage is now the opposition because the Conservatives were voted out for being too moderate. I don't think you're going to see a reversion to a more previous neocon right in the Republican Party. I don't think that the voters want that or the base want that anywhere in the Western world at the moment, whether you like that or not.
Could you foresee any meaningful changes between that future populist candidate and Trump? That's a genuine question. Like if they're also going to be a populist, would you see like a major departure in any respect from Trump?
I couldn't. I mean, Trump is a pretty unique personality. It would be hard to replicate a Trump personality in any candidate, and I think any attempt to do so would seem a bit, fake and weird. So there is going to be that difference. I don't think you're going to probably have the TV star aspect in a future candidate. But, look at someone like J.D. Vance. I thought that was a pretty surprising pick, and he's definitely more of from the more esoteric, autistic right-wing spheres than we've ever properly seen in kind of mainstream politics. I think that you are going to have a very, very different candidates coming up, especially as millennials start to enter the race for leadership. But
The fuck are we
not
losing
gonna be
this
the same
combo
kind
right
of
now?
TV star personality as Trump. I can't imagine that would be the case.
I think we're witnessing the collapse of the Republican Party. I think Trump is, if he loses, I think Trumpism is not going to go away. And I just don't think they can help themselves. And they seem to be getting more and more extreme the more they lose. And the more they lose, the more extreme they get. And it's just a vicious cycle. And it's just.
The question was, would
happening.
you support Trump if he tries to stay past his second term? Was that the question?
Oh,
I apologize. Mega politics.
No,
is what
it was
asked
like
about.
if Trump takes a big fat L, like what's gonna happen to MAGA politics? Is it gonna die? What's gonna happen to the Republican Party, etc.?
I mean, in reality, what people like is winners in politics. Like the reason that Biden won the primary in 2020 is because Obama nostalgia. The reason that Hillary Clinton won the primary in 2016 was because of Clinton nostalgia. So if Trump takes a second loss, like that's it. It's like pretty much over for him. Like those people still exist. They'll still want a candidate that speaks to those issues, but it's pretty much over for him. Also, he's kind of like a really old guy. So
I don't know though. I mean, like 2022 was pretty brutal for Republicans.
Yes, that's a midterm. We're talking about presidential elections. Like typically people don't like the feel of a loser, and Trump kind of escapes some of that because he like says that he didn't lose and enough people believe it. And also like the Biden term was so bad that they feel like he could win again. But like if he loses again, then it's pretty much over for him in my opinion. Like I don't see recovering from 2 presidential election losses.
Yeah. I'm interested by the chat. They're all saying J.D. Vance is a horrible pick. How could you not realize he's a horrible pick? I don't think J.D. Vance was a good pick, personally. I think he probably should have gone with a woman, in my opinion, but a lot of right-wingers disagree with me there. That's my opinion, though.
Okay.
Any woman?
Just because any woman. No.
DEI, we call that DEI.
No, somebody who could
but-
stand to be close to Trump all the time, so not his wife.
Jeez, true.
Damn.
My point wasn't like you have to like this direction, people. My point is that is where it is going. People are kind of getting really sick of the lack of change in, I mean, like I said, all over the Western world, whether it be the UK, immigration policy, even with Trump. I mean, Destiny, you've made some pretty good critiques on Trump shooting
Will
down
she say
some
mass
immigration
migration?
policy
What do we
that could've
think?
been
Mass
helpful, shutting
migration.
down the
Let's go.
border.
Let's go.
Basically,
Let's
they
go.
just want people that are actually going to do something. And is sometimes that a lot more rhetoric than it is actually action? Yeah, sometimes, but people are listening to rhetoric. They want someone that seems like they're going to push harder on immigration policy, getting progressivism.
We're almost there.
Kind of in their day-to-day periphery, the inflation issues. And once again, this, whether you like the candidates or not, whether
Fuck,
you
what
hate
the hell?
the
I
right
don't
wing,
know any
whatever,
equipment. I don't
that's
like
just the
guns.
direction I think it's
What happened to all
going
that
more
shit?
populist.
The fuck?
Okay. We've got
fuck this,
two
fuck
more
this.
questions. The next one is, do you guys think that JD Vance saying that he would overturn the election results on national TV was a problem or is concerning? That was for the conservatives.
Little bit.
Oh.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It had to do with JD Vance went on TV when he was going for the VP pick, and the question came up about like what Mike Pence, when he had the choice between like, you know, is he going to like send it back to the states or not? And JD Vance said that he would. Is that concerning at all?
Yeah. If JD Vance said that, if that quote is legit, then yes, that's concerning. That's idiotic, and it's a good way to land yourself in federal prison because. And I honestly, if he did say that, he's pandering to Trump, which, you know, I mean, I get that everybody panders to the nominee. I get that's a thing that happens, but yeah, it's a stupid move. Like, you should not do that. It was a terrible plan.
Oh, I lost this. I lost.
Plus, I mean, it's part of like the overall trend we're seeing from prominent Republican politicians who won't commit to accepting the results of the election. They'll say things like, "I am fully confident that Donald J. Trump will be elected the 47th president of the United States, and I'm looking forward to that." Yeah, but no matter what the outcome is, I am confident that Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president. Multiple Republican senators, I think Lindsey Graham, Tim Scott, certainly J.D. Vance, among others. It's extremely dangerous. I think that a good test for Republicans should be, hey, before we answer that question, how would we feel if a prominent Democrat said something like that? Perhaps the vice president, currently Kamala Harris, who would be presiding over the certification of the next election. What if she said, I am confident that Joseph Robinette Biden is going to be elected the 47th president of the United States, to every answer about will you accept the results of the election? The last thing I'll say on that is, actually going all the way back to the Eastman memo when they were scheming to try to justify Pence tossing out the ballots. I can't remember, and Stephen might remember, I think it was Pence's chief of staff or Pence's counsel was like, okay, so could Al Gore have done it in 2000? And Eastman's like, no, of course not. Okay, could Joe Biden have done it in 2016? No, of course not. Could Vice President Harris do it in 2024? No, of course not. These people are unprincipled fucking losers who deserve nothing but your public contempt.
By the end, Greg Jacobs testified, I'm pretty sure, that when he was arguing with Eastman over how likely do you think this would be to survive in the Supreme Court, the first answer that Eastman said is we'd probably lose 7-2. And then after talking for a little more, like, yeah, I'd probably lose 9-0. Like, that was an absurd theory.
Yeah. So,
did you have something to say on this, Cam?
I was just going to answer the question, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I was just going to say, I agree with Sean. If he said this, then yeah, it's bad, of course, and not good. But I think something
if he
that
said this, like, what do you mean if he said this?
When we're looking at, like, all these Trump loyalists being appointed to government is I think we miss the fact that a lot of the times they're doing these things, like Sean said, to pander to the nominee, right? Like, I think that when J.D. Vance said that, like, who knows if he would have actually done it? It seems like he was probably doing it to pander to Trump and get Trump's support and, like, continue to have Trump's support and whatever. And also, like, energize Trump's base support him right now because he's having, obviously, troubles with that. But on top of that, like, these people all have their own interests at heart, right? Like, who's when it really comes down to the line, like, are they going to sacrifice their own?
Actually, can I ask that follow-up question just personally? Do you think JD Vance there's ever
wait? Can he follow? Can he do the end of that? Were you about to say would they really risk their political life? There are multiple lawyers that are in the process of being disbarred right now. What kind of a question is that?
It's not going to be the majority of Trump appointees. The majority of Trump's appointees abandoned him for their own personal interests. So yeah, like, I'm just not going to.
Well, I don't understand how what you just.
Wait, guys.
He says
Give me a second.
Because of the TV people.
Cam. Give me a second. I just want to get to the core of this and move on because we do got to wrap this up because the people got to go. Do you think that there's any risk that JD Vance have given like the instructions to like do what, like send it back to the states, that he would do it?
I don't know.
Anybody here?
I think there's always like risk that like people are going to do certain things, right? We don't know for certain.
Wait. There's always risk that certain people are going to do certain things. Wait, what was that answer?
Yeah, of course there's risk. If he said he would do it,
is this not a tacit?
What I'm saying is, like, I think a lot of times. What I was
wait, guys, don't let him answer. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it seems like every time I open my mouth, everybody else starts talking. Jesus. It's crazy. So anyway, yeah, what I was trying to say was Destiny, come on, man.
That was Josiah, not me. Don't blame me.
Steven, fucker. Steven, stop it.
Okay, great. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, what I was getting at was it seems like a lot of these people like just pander to Trump so they can get support from his base, and win elections,
based.
right? But like,
Oh,
when it comes down
based.
to like actually losing their jobs, it seems like the majority of them are not going to sacrifice their jobs to like help Trump and his like crazy like esoteric legal theories, like I said before. And you cite like all these people, you guys have been citing all these like crazy people that like continue to support Trump and all of his antics, and it seems to be like all the crazy TV people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz. Like, of course, those people who are looking for popularity on television are going to pander to Trump's base.
Wait, we're talking about JD. Can I just say real quick, is that not a tacit admission that the Trump administration would be a threat to democracy?
Yep.
It feels like you acknowledge that there would be a risk of JD Vance doing something similar to January 6th.
Yep.
He said the opposite.
Yeah.
That he would choose his own personal political career over.
No.
Yeah, but if his personal political career relied on approval from Donald Trump, which Donald Trump makes clear to every single person he talks to, I hope these guys get elected. He said that on the call to
That's a phenomenal question. Can you point to me a major Republican whose political career depended on them actually challenging Trump? Because it seems to me that's a death sentence in the Republican Party more often than not.
But Vance as the VP, like if he was the VP, and again, nobody explains how he would be in the position of Trump, but whatever, as the VP has the same issues that Mike Pence had, where there's nowhere to go when you're the VP except to the presidency, and you risk going to jail if you try this and the court tosses it out. So like it's not in his self-interest in that moment to do that. Remember, Mike Pence was one of the biggest hype men for Donald Trump up until he asked him to do something that would compromise not only his own career but his own freedom.
Well, but now you can get pardoned. What do you mean? Federal crimes? President can just pardon you.
I mean, he theoretically, yeah, sure, he could pardon you, but again,
so that just defeated your entire argument. Why would it not work?
It's not going to work though. Like
why?
The court is going to invalidate it because even the lawyers that came up with this said it was a 7-2.
The court's going to invalidate a pardon?
No, not the pardon. The actual act to keep Trump in office.
But well, maybe the court will invalidate. You don't know. Who knows, right?
Yeah, we have a pretty good idea when they rejected all of Trump's election cases that they weren't interested in it.
Yeah, but then they granted him. But then they granted him criminal immunity that the president of the United States has never had in the history of all of the presidency.
So being prosecuted by opportunistic political actors, and it got kicked up to the Supreme Court. They sought to have a standard for actions while the president was in office. Like you act like he just got granted immunity out of nowhere.
He did. It came out of nowhere. Yes.
Certainly was nowhere in the Constitution.
Yes.
It was because of case after case where the court had to examine this specific claim.
What specific claim?
I want to. Okay.
Like that the president has some level of immunity.
Okay, he doesn't. The court invented that for him. But also, wait, did we find the Alvin Bragg's quote? Or
I know that Alvin Bragg actually. So you had two attorneys that ended up leaving the case in 2021 to give you an idea of the political nature of this, and they both entered written statements saying that Bragg decided not to prosecute. And then all of a sudden, when Trump is saying that he's running for office, this case ends up coming back. So this, like I said, was dead and buried when people didn't know Trump was running for office.
Wait. That's good. But can you admit that what you said is nowhere to be found from what Bragg said? Bragg didn't say anything what you said, and what he said was the exact opposite of what you implied, right?
Bragg didn't say I'm directly going to find the crime to prosecute Trump, but he ran on prosecuting Trump.
Hold on, no. He said he ran on continuing the already started investigation, and he said he was going to follow the facts.
Many quotes about
Oh wait. Can you give me one single quote that shows what you were saying? You just spent all this time looking for it, right? One single quote that shows what you.
Timeline of the case.
Okay, so to be clear, then what you're saying, you have no quotes for this, and every quote that we've both seen so far is the exact opposite of what you said. The exact opposite. So we're relying on there being some. It is the exact.
It's not the exact
Hold on.
opposite.
Him saying that I'm going to follow. No, wait. Where did he say? Where did he say that? I'm going to go after him, or did he say I'm going to follow the facts?
Oh my God, he's paraphrasing.
Also, I just think it's hilarious.
No, he's not. No, wait, stop. Hold on. He's not paraphrasing. Paraphrasing implies that you are accurately summarizing the underlying material. He's not paraphrasing. He's misquoting and he's misstating.
When you're ready.
We're gonna let. Wait. We're gonna let Destiny finish his point, and then we're gonna have Sean respond because this is the back and forth. We don't need I don't think the side commentary here is that important.
I'm just curious. What is a single Alvin Bragg's point? Yeah.
Yeah.
After they're done, can I be permitted to leave?
Yeah, we have one more rabbit hole question, and then we're done. Okay. I promise.
Okay.
Promise you. Okay.
I got a final goodbye message, but.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Accidentally turned on some music. Oopsie doopsie.
Is it
Okay.
Steven or me?
Back. Yeah, no. Steven, ask the question. Sean, respond. And
Yeah,
then
my
we have
final
one
point
rabbit
was
hole,
that
we're
it seems
done.
like every single quote from Braggs showed that he was going to follow the facts, he was going to be careful and follow the law, and he was continuing the investigation that had already begun, which is
Yeah,
a stark contrast to Sean accusing him of saying he's going on a fishing expedition and he was going to prosecute him no matter what. So I'm looking for a single quote around his campaign he was running that demonstrates that he was planning on doing that, or at least made that intention public.
Again, the entire campaign for Manhattan District Attorney was about this. Go watch the Democratic debates for the Manhattan District Attorney, who are going to win. On top of that, he specifically was referring to, in a lot of the quotes that Steven cited, the campaign finance prosecution, which he did not actually didn't prosecute him for. And also, according to CBS News, Alvin Bragg dropped this case in 2021 and then re-picked it up, according to the special assistant district attorneys that he had on board. So, like, yes, there was a political motivation for this. Now, as far as the specific quote that Destiny is asking for, it does not exist. He gave caveats. He's smarter than he's smarter than I gave him credit for in my paraphrase. So if you want to take that, that's fine.
Okay, so just to be clear, everything you just said was, you keep saying there's a political motivation. You have zero evidence of that. You said go watch all of the debates or all of
the campaign, but okay.
Okay, where? Show me. Literally, where?
Like in the campaign, he's talking about prosecuting Trump.
In the campaign, what? In the what? StarCraft 2 campaign? And the campaign for what?
What campaign for Manhattan District Attorney? That would be the office that he holds, Stephen.
Okay, so was this in a speech? Was it on social media? Is it published anywhere, like on a major media publication?
Like, he gives the caveat at the end of it. That's like true. He did give his caveats. If you want to say that's fine, then that's fine.
I mean, they're fine for Trump. When Trump says go peacefully and patriotically one time in a fucking speech, that changes the tenor of everything. Bragg's caveats.
Wait, no, we've reached
kind of funny.
We've reached the StarCraft references. I think that's enough. My last rabbit hole question. Then we're gonna do closing so everybody can go. Do you guys think that with JD Vance's, like, he's only been the senator for like 2 years? What background can we go off of to like educate ourselves on whether he would make that decision to, you know, go and send it back to the states, or he would say, no, Trump, I stand with the Constitution, or whatever you guys would think he would say? Because he doesn't have like an extensive history in politics.
Who was that to?
I mean, that was, I mean, I guess the conservatives.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm being honest.
True.
It's almost like a rephrase of the same question that we.
It's almost like conservatives have no fucking platform, have no engagement with the political system whatsoever, and the defense of Donald Trump is actually a fucking joke, and every single thing around him is actually a fucking giant meme. Which is fine.
No.
We all meme it up sometimes. That's good.
Okay.
I'm here for it.
I almost.
We can just wrap it up.
Yes, thank you. I had a brief moment of wisdom where I told Connor I couldn't join this because I said I didn't have enough time to do research before it because I've had a hectic month. I've told a few of you guys about it, but it's just been ridiculous. Believe it or not, Destiny audience, Pisco and I have been going over the indictments for hours. We've spent good time on it, but I definitely need more time to go through it. I do not think that they are simply cut and dry. Trump is going to end democracy and was about to. I don't think it's that simple so far, but I have a lot more reading to do. Lauren should have left 5 minutes when she came in. I should have. I absolutely should have. But I will also have you know, Connor told me that someone on the Hippy Dippy stream was crying, screaming, and throwing up if I didn't show up. So I left here. I showed up at my studio to join and contributed absolutely nothing. So I apologize to AJW and everyone else for that. But next time, when I'm done this with Pisco, I will have an excellent conversation. So thanks for having me.
Happy to have you. You have a great one.
Cheers.
Okay, we'll go to everybody else for closings.
You made Monolith very happy. He was crying and screaming in the chat.
Was he the one crying and screaming in
Yeah.
the chat? All right. Bye.
Okay, let's stop milking and let's wrap it up. Let's start with AJW.
What are we doing now?
We'll wrap it up. Outros and
closing statement.
Yeah,
All
closing.
right. So, I mean, we got a little off track, but it was fun. It's not about, like, what you achieve. It's about the friends you make along the way. Now, during the course of this debate, which was pitched to us as Trump is going to end democracy, throughout the course of it, these guys presented no plausible scenario in which that could happen. Instead, they threw out this random thing or that random thing, talked about how he could erode...
Well, they actually did lay out. It's called what Trump tried to do already.
some norms and all that, which honestly is like what you could argue about any candidate, and it's like really more opinion based. And I was hoping for a plot that could circumvent the 22nd Amendment from any of these people, but unfortunately I did not get that, and that's honestly quite sad. I am quite upset about that. Now, as for the evil orange man being not the best guy, I think we can all understand that he's not our favorite person in the whole world, unless he absolutely is. And you know, like he definitely has some sketchy tendencies, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, look at the color of his skin. But I think what we can all say as we came together is that through the course of this conversation, we became more than just a debate panel. We became a family. And if you guys can't realize that I'm ready to go to the bathroom, then I don't know what to tell you. But it was nice. I hope you guys are very well in your lives. It's nice meeting all of you. You're all good friends, and I'm out of here.
Damn, he deleted himself basically. Damn. Okay. Sending you over to Destiny then.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the conservative defense for Trump is a meme. Trump's a meme, and because his whole platform is a meme. And I think that it is literally impossible. I think it's kind of been demonstrated over the past weeks. It's impossible to seriously engage with any conservatives when it comes to defending Donald Trump's behavior. They instantly become basically like LSD, schizo-ridden, delusional, insane people who have to like pull to the ends of the earth. I think I would say that the highlight of the debate for me tonight was watching the conservative side seriously consider whether or not the Civil War was a threat to American democracy. I think that was the highlight of this debate.
True.
To me, and I think it illustrates how far you have to go to justify any defensible position of Donald Trump and the way he conducts his behavior while he's in office.
Okay, we're gonna send it over to Hutch.
Yeah, I thought this is something I run into a lot. I engage with conservatives a lot on social media, and the quote that I see over and over again, and we saw it on full display tonight, was, we had our two co-panelists acknowledge that Donald Trump tried to subvert the will of millions of voters, and simultaneously say that that's not a threat to democracy. They both acknowledge that J.D. Vance saying that he would commit to actually sending those electors back if he was in that same spot. They don't seem to acknowledge that that is a threat to democracy. I don't know what to do with that. You can find me on Twitter at Hutchinson, on Twitch at Hutch. Dylan, thanks for having me, and it was nice to meet my fellow panelists for the first time here.
Awesome. And we're now gonna send it over to Cam Higby.
Hey, yeah, so firstly, thank you, Dylan, for having me on, and thanks, Danimo, for reaching out. Furthermore, I'd like to pretty much say the same thing Sean said, in that I think that at least to us, the way that it seemed was, and that's, I think, nobody's fault other than the interpretation that both sides had, that basically democracy being on the ballot meant that democracy is going to cease to exist if Donald Trump wins the election. I don't think that that's true. Obviously, and I posited like several times that we just move on from that topic and, maybe look at a more nuanced version of this discussion that talked about like threats to democracy as opposed to democracy ceasing to exist if we got concessions from people, but we never got concessions from people, so we continue to go in circles the entire time. Furthermore, I'd like to say that Destiny says the conservative side seriously considered if civil war was a threat to democracy. I don't think anybody did that on here. I told you since you said that it was a non-analogous example or analogy. It wasn't a good metaphor for the situation, obviously, because there was a military coup as opposed to like somebody trying to like use or manipulate laws to keep himself in power. Obviously, fundamentally different. So yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna send it over to Pondering to wrap us up.
Yeah, so appreciate this last second edition. It's great interacting with AJW, Lauren.
Wait, one second, I do want to throw a really big shout out to Cam for coming last second with very little time to prepare. I really appreciate it.
Basically,
yeah. So thank you, guys. It was nice meeting you guys. I learned a lot from this conversation. Number one, that threats to democracy are when military, nothing is ever on the ballot. Democracies never end. They're just temporarily inconvenienced. Could be for 10 years, it could be for centuries. The Roman Republic never ceased to exist because Italy still exists. I don't understand the thought process. There is no good faith defense of Donald Trump. He is an authoritarian narcissist, a pathological liar, a betrayal of genuine conservative principles. And this idea that simply because he failed in his first attempt at war democracy, therefore he will fail in his second attempt is categorically ridiculous. You would never apply that logic anywhere in any other aspect of life. If you have a girlfriend or a spouse, and again, they drive their car into a guardrail on a highway and they don't careen over the cliff, you would never say, hey, go fucking try it again. You were never in danger. Categorically ridiculous. Make sure you vote for the Democrats in every fucking election until the MAGA Republican wing of politics dies. Until you're dead. Politically.
And that is that. Thank you to everybody for coming out and spending so much time with the show. I think it was a good relaunch. I think it went well.
True.
I think it went well. A lot of bumps, but the bumps just became, good theater, I guess.
Good job, Dylan. We appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks so much. You guys have a good one. I'm gonna be very busy this weekend. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Be careful.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Appreciate
Take it. Hi, what's up, buddy?
All right, chat.
Fuck you, then, Hutch. Fucking piece of shit. I'm so glad he left. I hate that fucking guy. And Call of Duty sucks. I don't think there's any serious way that you can defend any of these things. The brag stuff is so dumb. Was the Civil War first? Episode 1 is I should have just asked that. Pisco was a retard. When Pisco said you should ask Greenwald if Fort Sumter counted as an insurrection, I should have asked that. I should have just asked, was the Civil War, did that count as a rebellion? And apparently, Civil War was even a threat to democracy. I should just be asking these questions, I guess. What the fuck? How do we say, like, it's so funny, they accuse the liberals of doing like the mental gymnastics. Like, what level of unburdened has your mind become when, well, fuck, was the Civil War civil war? Well, war usually implies two separate enemies. And civil implies some level of civility. Civil and war are directly opposite with each other. It doesn't make sense if we truly think about it. Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure from my understanding on the Civil War, like, the reason it's a threat to democracy is because some portion of your population is disagreeing with so much of your other population that they want to kill the other fucking person, which is not like a democratic process. You can't democratically kill somebody else to change their votes, basically. So the whole thing is like a subversion of democracy, because, like I said, like if 51% of a country wants a thing and 49% say no, so much so that they go to war against the other 51%, if the 51% win or lose or whatever, who cares which side wins or loses? The democratic process of that thing was subverted, or was attempted to be subverted. If the 49% chance loses, then the democratic process was unsuccessfully subverted, and if the 51 wins, then this democratic process was successful. But
still, arguably still in some ways subverted because you had to fucking go for the Civil War, but it's like defensive, so it's justified. But yeah, like the whole thing is a subversion of democracy because, like, yeah, like you can't just say, oh, I disagreed with like, hi, me, individual voter, I'm seceding my land out of this country because this election went a different way. It's like, no, you can't just do that.
Okay. Hello, you guys. Be careful.
Okay, he's leaving.
Okay,
don't care. Anything else I give a fuck about quickly? I don't think so. I just don't know what happened. Did you see day 1? Is that still going on? I don't know. I don't think I care. What the fuck is going on here? What is going on in my fucking... Oh, I'm on home. Okay, that all makes sense. Haste. That's so old, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's old as fuck. Alright, let's change this back to here so I don't forget to do that. And I am also taking off. Holy cannoli. What a wasted debate, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay. Enjoy your weekends. Take care. Sleep tight.